Um, uh, 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 make this bigger. Hello! Hi, it's me! Huh? Uh-huh. Hey, it's me. Hello. 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 I wanna show you guys me. Let me go. Noodoo, hi. Hello, guys. I just realized it's kind of a bit messed up. Oh, crikey. Oh well, it's okay. I think we'll make do with it. Hi. Hello. Oh my god. Uh, no worky? Wait, let me refresh it. Alright. Let me. Who even did that? Ready? Uh, Tanji also no worky. Yeah, I realized that since I've made some changes, it there you go.
Maybe on 47 asked me, how would
wait,
you deal with
that's not
Ninu's
the
mortal
one.
enemies? Dealing with Ninu's mortal enemies. Well, I'd say a strategic combo of charm and wit would do the trick. Perhaps a cheeky taunt or a lewd joke to disarm them, followed by a dose of gremlin-style chaos to keep them on their toes. And if all else fails, unleash a virtual onslaught of banter and sass. Always keep them guessing and never let them have the last word, of course.
Sorry. I think that was from last night. Maybe it still hasn't loaded in. Maybe it hasn't loaded yet. So maybe we're just fine. Hi guys. Hope you guys have been taking care of yourselves. Sorry I'm late. I hope you guys liked my new emote. Do you like it? Also, today we're gonna be playing Silent Hill F. Silent Hill. I just realized that I have to fix this up again because it's because the other day when we were playing Love and Deep Space, it all messed up. Love and Deep Space? Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. You know. Whoopsies, hold up. Oh gosh, it's bloody red. Oh, ay. Whoa, did I crash? Did I crash? Oh, no, I didn't. No, I did. No, I didn't. Deep space. Oh, by the way, Daza, I saw the suggestion, and for some reason, it didn't like it that I was trying to add it. Let me get the Silent Hill up here again. Deep space, your mom. Okay. Can't believe you guys. Reset, transform. There you go. Just root of throne. Yeah.
Sure, sweetie.
Oh my
You
God.
always have your reasons.
Whoa. Okay, you should have warned me. I was not ready. I was not ready. I was not ready. I was not ready. I was not ready for that. Let me post music. I was not ready. I was totally not ready for that. What was it? That was Silas. Yes, that was my beloved Silas. Game is still loaded. If I did give a warning. You did? Oh my God. Yes, Silas, my boy. My boy Silas. Silas. Guys, I think I need to like change up my room a little bit. I think maybe I think I need some lighting. Time to track down the voice actor. The thing is, it's anonymous. It's private. The English voice actors, so nobody knows who they are, and we should probably keep it like that. You know, to respect. Even though I want to. Nino is the voice actor. Are you a good boy? Or okay, wait. Oops. Sorry to docs. Oh fuck! It's me. Oh newsies. I think I need to increase audio for you guys. Hold up a second. Beep beep. Peony. Bones' special item can be claimed at Kokoro. Okay. Wait, how? What am I? Outfits? How do I, Okay, guys, outfits. This outfits. How do I go back? Oh, see. Your cheeks are showing. But you don't like them? So, I'm gonna do this again, guys, but I'm just gonna set it on hard. Oh no! Oh no! They're nice? Oh, why, thank you. Alright. I can change it. Oh my god! A navy white sailor school uniform. Guys, I have these outfits. I have them. Oh, should we go for the rabbit one? I thought you were dressed as Ariel for a second. Oh, hey Tai. I'm restarting it. So good timing. How you doing? Benoy. Yeah. You didn't have a school outfit for your VTuber? I don't think so. Where's my YouTube studio? You didn't go to school dressed as a Nino? And how exactly does Nino dress? I don't think I have. Oh.
私は一人でも全然寂しくないの。仲間外れなんか気にしないもん。
Did the hands disappear for a moment?
ひなこ？お友達のところに遊びに行ったんじゃなかったの？
Oh, No, I think I dress
男
more
の子と
cutely
遊
now.
ぶ子はおままごとに入れてあげないだって。
じゃあお姉ちゃんと一緒におままごとしよっか。
Oh. Mickey might
Omakase.
like this. Hold up, let me drop a
One-chan.
message. One-chan.
何かいいことでもあった？昔を
Oh
思い出して
my god, Dragonite! Hell yeah.
お姉ちゃんって小さい頃から
Oh, why did it freeze?
とお姉ちゃんだったんだなって。
It died?
ひなこ、私ね。
That is so cute.
これ
Thank you, Dai-Tai.
お姉ちゃんにあ
Thank
げ
you
る。
for liking, very much appreciated. Maybe some stutter? Oh,
綺麗だわ。
that's
ありが
strange.
とう。
Oh my god. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Oh, I just remembered. Let's go with where is Oh my god. Thanks. Bruh. Also, let me know what you think of audio. Oh my god, getting patted.
「ひなこ、親に向かってその言い草は何だ。
お父さんやめてください。
Otosan.
中高あんなにも高校娘
Oh,
なの
hell
に
yeah.
どうして妹の前は何もかも正反対なんだ。どこ行く。話はまだ終わってないぞ、ひなこ。
お父さん。
Oh my god, the tail, guys! The tail!
分かってたらどうしてあの態度になるんだ。これも全部お前がひなこをずっと甘やかしてきたからだろう。
ひなこ、お父さんはね、あなたのためを思って
友達のとこ行ってくる。
早めに帰っておいでね。
Oh my god, guys, I just realized. Okay, so later on we meet this fella.
そんなこと。
I think I have to change sensitivity again. This fox guy. Wait, maybe just a little bit more. Let's just bring it 4. I think this is a controller game. As we meet a fox dude, and we are the rabbit. Don't rabbits get chased? Don't they get chased? Alright, let's go check everywhere showing. Maybe it's too slow now. Is there? Yum yum yum. Foxes eat rabbit. Okay, so I was close. I was right. That should be final. Look at the tail. It's cute. Local doctrine. There has been sightings. Oh my god. Hey, Psycho. There have been sightings of foxes coming into town recently. I'm sure that the older generation who have grown up learning to respect foxes are fine, but I'm concerned for any children who may try and chase or provoke the creatures. Foxes by nature are not aggressive, but just like wild dogs, they carry disease. Oh my god, they chase disease. They carry disease such as rabies, tetanus, and echinococosis, to name just a few. The town committee should send out warnings to ensure people don't get unnecessarily close to them. Me? Thank you. Does the word make sense? Do they make sense? Okay. Oh. G. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot I can't jump, can I? What flowers? Yes, okay. Oh yeah, I remember this was like, there's nothing here, right? It's a scam. It's a scam. You just gotta keep going down. Oh, wait, what? This happened last time as well. It just did like a 360. Save. Let's save over this. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Hi, I'm Bright Prince. Explain yourself. Explain yourself. But what is it? No, get scared. No, why would I get scared? Am I supposed to get scared? Oh, I can change my outfits here as well. Ooh, okay. Is there like I don't know, guys. It's weird. The controls are really clunky. Clunky controlled. Oh, the winking. Oh yeah, we saw this. The woman is only complete when she's loved. Featuring the latest fashion for young women as pure, they even make flowers blush. Oh, is that oiter? It doesn't worky, not worky. Nothing. There's a lot of alcohol here. Try to go in here. Oh, no good. It will not budge. Alright, let's be. Quickly look behind. Wow, why? That's upsetting. I'm upset that this just does not move. Why? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'll just keep going down.
人気がないな。千鶴屋なら誰か来てるかな。
Head to Shizuruya General Store. Okay. Map. Me. I think we've like checked everywhere, have we? Oh wait, can we post a letter? I think we've been here. Oh, look at that article. Serious issues in Ebisu Gaioku. Starting around May, Ebisu Gaoka, I don't know how to pronounce it, began seeing a high number of small earthquakes. The Prefectural Disaster Prevention Division predicts that there will be even more in the future. Residents remain on edge, fearful that there may be early warning signs of a larger earthquake yet to come. Rumors that these events are being caused by Inari-sama's curse have been spread amongst the most religiously minded of the elderly population. However, the Prefectural Disaster Prevention Division is urging residents to treat such rumors as superstition and instead prepare for any potential disasters ahead. Guys, what is Inari-sama? Which god is it? Too much detergent. The sheets are hard as rock. Oh my god, Isaka, hi! Thank you for the lurkies. How you doing? Can we get a shout out? Can we get a shout out? Can we get a shout out? Inari is the fox god. Ah, okay. Fox god, goddess of rice, foxes, and fertility. Ah, okay. Oh my god. You doing good? Hell yeah! Alright, I'll do it. How do I... Is it... I forgot my own commands. I need to forget her own commands. There, guys.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
have you made sure that you're
model.
Fuck my asshole?
Uh-oh. Are you sure about that? Very beautiful. Very beautiful. Wow. Oh my god, 3D multi, yeah, it's perfect. She should remember that from Ghost of Tsushima. It took a long time for me to remember that too. Oh, okay, but Psycho, we're talking about me. Also, go check out Isaka Valentine. He's so cool. He plays a lot of Dead by Daylight. He's pretty good at it. Yeah, you gotta go lurky lurk. You go do that, okay? And thank you for stopping by. Nice, yes. Okay, so the fox god is baddie. Okay, makes sense. So fox god is not giving them nom nom and not giving them babies, and what was the other thing he said? Rice, fertility, and something else. Oh, more. Mwah. Oh yeah, this part, each part. And this part. Oh my gosh! Hi!
Yuki Hyobashi just raided my stream with 9 viewers.
No, come back!
Everyone behave.
Oh fuck! I can't believe you've done this.
Stop lagging! I need it! No!
Now! Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Yuki, thank you for the raid. Raid hype. Hype. Thank you for the raid. How's your stream? What did you play? Hello. Thank you for bringing all your lovely people in here. I'm Nido, guys. I'm Nido. I play all sorts of games. Today I'm playing. Oh, boobs. And play Silent. And play Silent Hill. And play Silent Hill Elf. We restarted it again. And guys, ADHD. What can I say? Look, you would have done the same. When I joined, did I just immediately? Yes, you did. If you have to go and do your nom nom, taking care of yourself, doing aftercare, you go do that. You do some art? Hell yeah! Oh man, I gotta check your art then. I will take care of your peeps. Don't worry about it, Aggie!
35 billion million years of Nina being a Dorcas in front of my face. I pay for this privilege. Doctors don't know what is wrong with me.
There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you. My brain? Okay, I think my brain is doing the thing where it's just like, it's going somewhere. We shall see. See what? Angie, thank you so much for the 70 years. Redeem. Doubt? Why you doubt? Why you doubt it? There's nothing. Damn, there's nothing to doubt.
運転手さんいませんか?
Maybe. There's a short ad, guys. There's a short ad. Something's wrong with me. Yeah. That dead bird. Is the bird's entrails just like... What the hell?
他の道を探そう.
It's entrails. Those are... Is it meat or is... What the hell is going on outside? Is it like decapitated? Can't stop for now, but I will try to come back before the end of the street. And no worries, Pip Mars. Thank you. I really appreciate you coming, stopping by and being so ever so nice. You take care, okay? Wait, I'm going backwards, right? Yes. This is the way.
この先に抜け道があったはず.
There's a shortcut. Yes. Be good, Peep. Peep good. You couldn't handle the dead rat last time. You're seeing if the bird is decapitated. It's because I don't like rats. Ooh. Not that funny. What does that mean? Did you slam your bunny ears in the car door? I slammed my penis in the car door. I slammed my penis in the car door. You slammed my penis in the car door. Wait, we slammed our penis. Wait, what? Never mind. Just please ignore me. Hey! Our penis slammed in the car door.
どこ行くの? こっち通るの珍しいね.
Why is it so loud?
車が道を塞いでてさ.
Imagine ignoring me.
千鶴や?
今は誰かと喋りたくて.
私も後から行くね.
じゃあね.
Look at the tail.
裏切り者.
Also, our friend calls you traitor, like is it for lulz? With the lulzies? Can you sing the Oompa Loompa in German? Oh my god, you're asking Johnny Silver? What? He can't do that.
Schapker asked me, can you sing the Oompa Loompa song in German? All right, Choom.
Oh my god.
I'll give it a shot. Here's a rough take at the Oompa Loompa song in German. Oompa Loompa, dupi-di-du. Ich hab ein Rätsel für dich. Hör mal zu. Oompa Loompa, dupi-di-di. Wenn du klug bist, verstehst du es schnell. Arbeitest du mit Fleiß und Verstand, erreichst du sicher dein Ziel irgendwann. Wie die Oompa Loompas. Dupi-di-du. Now that's a little spin in German. But my mind's more into rocking than singing Candy Factory tunes.
Beautiful. What the hell? What the hell? I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that. I thought he was gonna be like, nah, I can't do that. Oh, is there something here? I think I'm lost. Oh! More news. Names: Suzutani Mayumi. Last seen wearing white blouse, long navy skirt, beige neckerchief with black polka dots. Detail, the rest has been written up. Okay. Child is missing, huh? Oh, yes, we gotta go this way. Oompa Loompa. He sounded so German the way he even said it. Hello? Are there any cats here? No. Waiter? Oh no, waiter. Oh, that's our friend. Okay, let's check inside real quick. Oh, this road work. What's that? What's Denu? Oh, still under construction. When are they going to be finished? Oh, I feel like that is a safety hazard. All right, let's go meet our friend, shall we? Hey. Oh. Replace now that you with Kenneth. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Is there something that just popped up here? I'm waiting for AI new to speak. Speak AI new. Speak AI new. AI new, speak. Speak AI new. AI new. Why is she taking so long? Is there like a way to know like how long it's gonna take, like a ping thing? Do they have a ping thing? Okay, we'll just head over. How much you wanna bet? The second I start talking to him, the second it starts, the more cursed it generally is. Oh. Well, we don't mind that. Oh my god, I fucking knew it!
Asked me, Anu, will you summarize the plot of Silent Hill 2?
I knew.
Replace every noun in your reply with Penneth. Silent Hill 2? Alrighty, so Penneth receives a Penneth from their supposedly dead Penneth, right? They head to Penneth in search of Penneth. Along the way, Penneth encounters all sorts of creepy Penneth, including iconic Penneth like Pyramid Penneth. Penneth's journey through the foggy Penneth is filled with psychological Penneth, exploring guilt and Penneth. It's a whirlwind Penneth of Penneth and Penneth. There you go, Penneth style.
Peneth style. Thank you. Thank you. Just. Thank you. Oh my god.
So much Peneth.
So
No
much
wonder I
Peneth.
slammed
No
it in the
wonder
car
I slammed
door.
it in the car door.
Bruh, everybody slamming the Peneth in the car door. We slam our Peneth in the car door. Thank you, members. I really appreciate you, man. You guys are so awfully kind. By the way, guys, I have a little jar thing at the bottom. Wait, can I make it big? Demi, hi. Hello. Can we get a shout out for Demi? Wait, where's Lampy? Where's Lampy? Lampy's always like doing it. Hold up. Yeah, I'll do it.
No, get out! Get out of there, man! What am I doing? How do we get it out? Kitty, save it! It's gonna burn!
You got
it. It's okay.
The struggles. Hey, Dada, you the cutest? Me? What do you mean? Lampy had his own thing to take care of, maybe. Oh, Lampy's taking care of his Peneth. I just look, guys. Look at this. It gets filled up. It gets filled up. You stuck in the tree again today? Me? Or you mean Demi? Demi stuck in the tree again? What did I miss? Yes. Yes. Guys, I'm sorry if I'm a bit slow today. My brain is doing something. And I don't know. I don't know what it's doing. You have Tangia for Silas stuff? I do. I'm sure it's. I'm sure it's there. Wait, did I not enable it? Did I forget? I never know what my brain is doing, you know. I totally get it. I think I forgot. There's no way. I'm sure I have added.
Paku Bunny.
Oh man, Paku Bunny. Hi, Plum. Oh man. All right, I'll have to check it. I have to check it after stream, but I'm probably gonna forget. You have to remind me, Demi. Shoot. Let me move myself a little.
あのさ。
Thank you.
なんか言ってよ。
お前こそなんか言うことはないのかよ。
相棒にないんだったら私にだってない。
Guys, my mom is calling.
お前
Wait,
ら
keep
しい
watching.
や。
I'm gonna answer.
受け身な生き方なんてお前らしくないぜ。お前が自分で選んだ道なら俺はいつまでも応援するからな。
シュウ。
シュウくん、お待たせ。
ひなこもいたんだ。リンコ。
何の話をしてたの？
いや、大した話は。
誰かとおしゃべりしたい気持ちだったんだって。
気が紛れたよ。
それはよかった。お役に立てて光栄の極み。会えると分かってたら借りてた雑誌持ってくればよかった。
ああ、貸したままでいいよ。 インコに貸した時点で戻ってくると思ってないし。
んだとこんちくしょう。笑いすぎだよ。サクコだってひなこから何か借りてるんじゃないの？私なんかあったかな。ねえひなこ、じゃあ私が借りてる500円も返さなくていいよね。サクコ利子つけて返すとか言ってなかった？言ってないよ。証文あんなら出してみろ。いいこと聞いた。これからはサクコに貸すとき消しゴムであっても証文書かせるから。そんな意地悪言わないでよ。ねえねえ、昨日のラジオ聞いた？聞いた。でも途中で寝ちゃった。ひなこ？
あ、ごめん。何？
裏切りも。
Oh, sorry guys. It was me mother. It was me mother. There's me mother. That was me mother. Oh yeah, it's ready to get it. Did you just get jump scared so hard she muted herself? No. My mother called. My mother called. She was asking about me. She's asking about me. Oh. I like that. Okay, on purpose. Oh. Tiny new mom? Yeah. She always calls me every other day. Always. Oh my goodness gracious. No. F. Don't make me run backwards then. Okay. Hey! Wait, why is it not going? Are we dead? It's not. What the fuck? Oh. Oh yes, hold on a second guys. I think, let me just, I want to check if it's easier to move around with my controller. Let me get it. Right. You got planted? Alright. I got more than planted. And didn't ask for it. Hold. Oh yeah, it's, what's that disorder called? The phobia? Trypto something? Trypto something? Let's put this in. Okay. Ow! Holy shit, why is it flashing like that? Jeez. Oh. Why is it flashing like that? What is that flashing? What does it mean? Why is it flashing like that? Oh, it's... What the hell? Okay, let me check. Maybe it's... Message change button to match the controller you have selected. Oh, okay. Well, it's A. So let me turn this off. What's the run button? Oh my god. I can't run! There's no running? She doesn't have running? She can't run! Oh my god, I'm just gonna use my thing. What's going on? What the... Okay, I don't think it's supposed to be like this. Wait. What is that? What is going on? Is it me or is things going weird? Am I just hearing shit? Am I going crazy? Oh fuck. Come on. Wait, what? Are you pressing the stick button while you move? Oh, well, I am unplugged it now. Oh, are we all crazy in here? I think we are. Crazy? I was crazy once. Put me in a room. A rubber room. Girl, move! Alright. Ow! Okay. Oh. Really? Oh my god. Oh, I remember getting like stuck here. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh wait, is it this door? Oh fuck. Help! Escape from the frog monster without what? Save me! Circus Linux, hi, you lovely bee. Happy Wednesdays and hope you all have a most fantastic day today. And remember that you matter for this world and you bring so much joy to others. Stay awesome out there, friends. Oh my god, Circus Linux. Thank you so much. Music is saying, oh. Itai. Okay, so we gotta find the Oh, hey partner, these paintbrush. Okay, yeah, we've read that. What was it? 1? There we go.
みんな絶対無事でいてよ。ここどこ？
What is this place?
急いでサクコのとこに戻らないと。
Thanks. Hiya. Have you funded the new Silent Hill? Hill of Silence. It's alright. The only thing that bugs me is... Can I go back there? No, I should have checked. Oh well. Controls. So, is this game co-op? Oh, I don't think so. Silent Hill usually is not. I don't think there's any co-op. I don't think so. It's horror. Horror game.
Shu, Rinko.
Oh my fucking god, that scared me. Oh no. Is that a woman? And you're a campfire because you're hot and I want to s'more of you. Oh my god, okay. Well, I mean, and then we just run. Oh gosh! You escape the combat again out of enemy sight. Oh, okay. Well, good to know. Oh, let's see. Oh. When do I get whip on? When do I get whipping? Me when I wake up in the morning and my joints don't work. Oh nosies. Oh nosies. Me when my bones not working. Local doctor. There are cases where patients see an improvement in their symptoms, not by taking medicine, but rather by simply talking to a doctor. Cause of this is undeniably in the trust fostered between practitioner and patient. Conclusively, the pharmacist who has been interested in... I can't be bothered. I'm sorry, that's just so much text. Wait, didn't I literally do that last time as well? Didn't I do that last time? Didn't... I think I did that fuck. Where did we go last time? This way? There was no path here, right? I think I had to go back. Oh, wait, I can go over it. Wait! Do I pray? Shush, ma'am. Shush, ma'am. Oh, man. Gosh. Yeah, a lot of bandits. Is there a cap on how many things I can carry as well? Oh my god, I just got scared of my own reflection. I scared of my own reflection. Ugh, man. Did I? well. Wee. And then this door is locked, right? Guys, I need to go to the loo. I need to go wee. What if I get scared? What if I get scared? Yokan. A jelly like dessert filled with red bean paste. And that says like. I need to go toilet. I need to go toilet, guys. Ooh, blood. Hey, look, guys, it's someone's face. Bloody key. Lovely. You can't jump over. Okay. And remember what happens here. Thing is, do I go back up there? Oh my god, I did not know she did. Oh, okay. Girl, you gotta run, girl. You gotta run, girl. Girl, sheep. Okay. No, good. Hopefully we'll find our friend. Guys, doesn't this game just give you like anxiety from just going outside? This is why I shouldn't. Oh god! Oh fuck! Scared the living shit out of me. Oh, crikey. Oh god, she actually hit me. Alright. Okay, I just got super tense there. Where's my packet? Oh, I guess I haven't lost it before, right? Where do I go? Yes, we go all the way back? Oh no, we go straight and then down. Okay. Do we... Oh no. Oh no. Do I need to cross? Wait, am I looking at this map wrong? No. Okay. Oh, antique comb, a small erase specifically made to be used in religious ceremony. Lovely. Oh, Hokora, some offering not only helping them, but also the exchange for faith. Oh yes. Okay. The thing is, I don't know. I don't know where I see my sanity. Oh, do I see it in my inventory? It's more increase. Lovely. Claim anything. I didn't pre-order anything. Okay, so I'm gonna be spooked. I wanna be spooked. There's a lot of shrines, I must say. A lot of shrines. Later.
Rinko?
No, that's not your friend. I don't get it. Is it a mannequin? The pie! It's time for... It's left and right click, right? Use it to lock on it. Okay, yeah. Did I manage to stun her at that? Oh, I did. Oh, I realized the stamina. Oh, wait, it's dead. She died. Okay. Is there? Let me go into my bag. This is health. Stamina. Okay, where's my... Okay, dodging. Fleeing. Yeah, but I can kill all of them. That's okay. 1 through 8. Okay. I'm gonna quickly run to the loot, guys. I go wee-wee. Okay? Feel free to play any clips. I'm back, guys. Okay. What was I looking at? I was looking for my. Okay, cute. Okay. Equipment? Is this where I'm able to tell my sanity? Oh, how can I tell what my sanity is like? Man. Counter certain they will leave them forever. Meaning the video hinted to get. Is this like this is like Claire Obscure? Oh fuck. Oh. Okay. What? Okay, that didn't work. Oh my god, it's... Okay, I don't know which one is worse, me or them. Did that work? Okay. Oh. Okay. Smack that. Smack that ass. Okay. Oh yeah, there was durability stuff, right? For weapons. Need for gore. Dead end. Oh my goodness. I just have to see the new bonking zombies. Oh no. Okay. Okay. When do I... Okay. B? But how do I know? How do I know? How do I see its durability? Okay, it's not really clear. I don't think it's clear enough. Shoo!
Shoo! どこにいる?
Wait. Ramune! I had that the other day, it was delicious. But gosh, does it hurt my little hands. Wait, no, my average sized hands. My average sized hands. Oh man. Alright, let's go up here. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. Oh, that was... Okay. Okay. On your hands covered. No! No, the average. Is there another one? Anyone? Hello? You guys remember in Silent Hill 1 we could like enter some of the houses? Actually quite a few of the houses. Ramune! Anything? Nada. Sanity. I don't know. I can't see where my sanity is. I don't know what my thing is. It's only 20. No! You're wrong! Oh. Jeez. Alright. Oh, another. Wait, are they different by any chance? They're both steel, right? Steels. Durability. Oh, it says medium. Oh, okay. Okay. Okie dokie. Oh, red pill. Wow. It's gonna be oh. Dark, hi.
Sakuko.
Oh, nosy.苦しい神社じゃなくて駄菓子屋の娘に生まれたかったってここならいつでも好きなだけお菓子が食べられるよおやすみ咲子今日はもう閉店だよ咲子私やっぱり咲子との約束守りたいよ Okay. Let's hang blood. Oh, not this thing then. No, no, not again, please.
休んでいてもいいのだよ。
This is where we spent like a good 30 minutes or so. Actually, we got this. The resident arbitrates the bit for the suspicious days. Thus must first pay respect to the gods and the spirit of thine ancestors. A restless heart leads to a corrupt soul. Only through sufficient offering laid upon many stand may thy soul be cleansed. Oh, where's the text? Oh, they've changed it. Okay. The restless heart betrays thee as fit for the auspicious day. First pay respect to the gods and the spirit of thine. Only through sufficient. Okay, alright, let's see what we have. Is it V to examine? It's got bamboos. Oh wait! There's images on it. And oh god. Let's look at this quickly. What is that? Flowers. Oh, right here. I think this was the leaf, right? And then oh my god, guys, look, first try. Big smart meaning. Hey. Oh, this is where we see the cute fox guy. Uh-oh. Oh no. This is fine. Well. Flowers is our sanity. Damn, fox guy.
怪我はないか。怪我をするようなことは私がする。君は体を大事にしなさい。
Handsome man.
ありがとう。
Damn.
それでは行こうか。ひなこ。
By the way, guys, let me know if you want me to change it to English. I can change it to English too.
どうした？こっちだ。
Okay, sir. I think the door is closed.
No.
Is there anything here? It would be funny if I got chased by some demon, right? Wouldn't it be so funny? Wow, nothing. Okay. Never mind, game wants me to actually follow the fella. Later. Later. Okay. Mind your step. Okay. We get to fish. Have you guys done fishing in real life? Have you guys done fishing in real life? These are supposed to ward off like bad spirits, right? So if I'm in here, that means I'll be safe. Yes? Is it fun? Also, do you have to be like very patient? Do you have to be very patient? Pretty relaxing. Hell yeah. Oh. Wait. Swear to God, if it did like a 360 again, I'm not gonna be happy about it. Oh, there he is. Sir, Mr. Handsome Man. Please wait, Mr. Handsome Man. I wonder if there's like... Okay, fine. Wonder if they're like art. Okay. Welcome, right? Wait, do I actually have it in the journal? No. Information. Ibisu Gaika. I lived in a small rural town in... Before the war, the town was lively and to an influx of people coming from the coal mines and dam construction going on in the northern mountains. After the dam construction finished and the coal mine closed down, it just became a sad little town. The grand iron bridge that connected the town to the nearby city of the Land of the Sorrow... This Sorry's town's for my glory. Rip. 11 days in Eden. Not much I haven't done that involves. Oh, countryside activity. As much of a shut-in as I am. Oh, dang. Do you guys have crocodiles there too? Do you guys have crocodiles? Shizuruya General Store. Might have started as a general store, but we've come to call it the candy store because half of what is sells snacks and toys is where all the kids hang out. My friends and I have met up here though we usually just sit outside and chat. Oh, that's cute. Alright, let's see. Fall down. Oh, this is the woman, right? No. Oh, me. There's not a single extraordinary thing about me except maybe being tall for a girl my age. I used to be in the track and field club, which is probably why I'm better at sport than most girls. I guess I got used to running around a lot when I was a kid, and I prefer playing with boys. It's just a tomboy. I will admit I can be quite stubborn at times. I don't like accepting things that other people decide for me, even if it's the right thing to do. More than once, I've rebelled and made the wrong decision only to regret it later. Unlike my sister Junko, who was always the golden child, I've been a handful ever since I was little. My parents told me that I never listened to a single word they said. That'd make my mom cry and my dad furious, but Junko was always there for me. She understood me. She looked out for me. That's why I love my sister and have always done what she has asked of me, or at least I've tried. She would smooth things out between me and my parents, which made life to the house a little more bearable. That is until she got married, of course. Oh no. She got alligators! Alligators? Hell yeah! Oh my god. Have you like sat on the back of an alligator? Okay. Mom. Shimizu Kimi. My mother. If I had to choose one word to describe her, it would be pitiful. Whoa, dang. Ugh, hi. How are you? Oh my god, I almost fell off my chair. How are you? She's the one who bears the brunt of my father's violent mood and malicious abuse. When I was younger, she used to protect me from him, so I didn't hate her back then, but maybe I do hate her now. Even as my father screams in her face, throws balls at her, and sends her out for alcohol late at night, she remains ever loyal to him. I just will not accept her way of life. Rip. Dad. Shimizu Kanta. My father. When I first learned the term patriarchal husband, and that it meant a man who does nothing but boss his wife around, he was the first person to come to mind. Dad barely talks. He ignores me when I tell him good morning, but if I say nothing, he gets angry instead. Oh my god. And once he's angry, he just explodes. He loses all control over his emotions in the blink of an eye. He yells at Mom, throws things around, and even hits us. Oh my god. Why can't he act like that in public? Why does everyone else get to see his quiet, calm side? If it meant that I wouldn't have to spend another second with him in that house, I'd have to let myself be taken away. Oh. I prefer not to have a limb ripped off, so no. But I have killed several. You've killed them? What do you do? Do you eat them? Do you eat them? Kinuta Junko, my older sister. She's one of the prettiest and kindest people I know, and there's nothing she can't do. I can rely on her for anything. Honestly, she's the greatest sister anyone can ask for. She's always been there for me, ever since the day I was born until she left to get married. Oh. Poor Gator. Can? Oh, okay. Tail is the best part. You ate the tail? Oh man, I've never ate anything as exotic. Is gator meat exotic? It's exotic. One of my friends, Sakuko Igarashi, she's always got her head up in the clouds and is a little strange. She's constantly trying to warn her way out of paying me back for the 500 yen I lent her that one time. Oh no. Think for the hydration, Demi. You'd understand too. Are they just like far too many? Is it just far too many? Her father is the head priest of the Sensugi shrine in town. She seems to take great pride in donning the traditional Miko robes and selling charms during the New Year celebrations. Shu, that's our friend, right? Shu Iwai. Shu's been my best friend since forever. He's my partner. We've been having play dates for as long as I can remember. When we've played make-believe space wars, we'd call each other partner, and for some reason they just kind of stuck. Kids of the Showa era tend to look down on the other SEX, but never Shu. When I rebelled against my parents because they told me to act like a girl, he would be the only one who understood my feelings the most and stood by me. And hogs? Oh gosh. Has anyone died in like your area? you don't get the singles in your area, you get dead in your area. Wrinkle. One of my friends, she's really put together, but can be a little inflexible in how she does things sometimes. Once she's set her mind to something, that's it. And recently, something seems to be clothes, fashion, and other womanly pursuits. Oh no. Rinko once confessed to me that she had a crush on Shu. I told her that I was all for it, but if she can't get used to the idea of rolling around in the dirt and catching insects for fun, she might have a rough time. It's because she's a tomboy, isn't it? Alright. Let's go check on Mr. Handsome. Right, explore here. Oh. Grandpa, what a terrifying place this is. Nightmarish swamps, rotting trees that look like bones, the echoes of screams. This must be hell. Oh, nosies. Oh, nosies. Oh, message. Farewell, my beloved. I'll leave here to you the entirety of my heart. That's very romantic. Okay. Fine. It's gonna but not heard of. Oh shit. I did that back in the day. I wanted them to be my friends. Wait. Which part, Demi? Hey, this is small blade. But we learned that this small blade is usually for women. Kaiken. It's ceremonial and it's blunt. The inner is laughing, creepy. Yeah, kinda creepy. Or Mr. Handsome. Oh, this is locked right here. Oh, there he is. With the light. Okay. Keep going. Any messages? No message for the needle. No messages. Guys, would you send me a message in a bottle? Would you do that? Can you like write a message in a bottle and then like eat it? Was that your message? Yeah, you would. Would you use a bottle? Wait, did I lose Mr. Handsome? Wait, where did he go? I lost him. Oh no. I thought there was a message from there for a second.
ここは何の神社?
Who are you? The police? You know, if you'd let me, I'd send you a message every which way I could. What? Really? Can you use like a
Welcome to the family, Peter Parker 67,875.
Thank you, Peter Parker. Give the ball, very much appreciated. Are you a Marvel Rivals player? Oh, there's what's going on? Oh, Fox Mask! This guy's very handsome. Fox Mask. I can't read. A mysterious man who wears a fox mask. He never takes it off, so I feel I have yet to see his true self. He has such a refined air about him. I think he must come from a very well-off family. There you go. For whatever reason, he seems to know me well and treats me kindly. It's almost like a prince from a fairy tale. He is! In fact, this whole situation is like a story from a book. Who are you? And why are you leading me down this path? But then, foxes are sly, right, guys? Foxes are sly. So, Alright, this one's got a... I think we need to get a ball for this one. I think that's what we need to do. You can't go there. Okay, and then let's go to... where's the little... It's a little... Oh, there he is. Okay. I thought there was like a shrine somewhere here. Isn't there like a little shrine thing? You want a message in smoke signal? Yes, please. Real time. Hi. How you doing? Thank you for a second I thought that was hydration, but no, it's not. Hi, Neil. I'm Dad. It's okay. I've hydrated for you guys, anyways. Okay. All right, Mr. Handsome. I'm seeing if there's any like letters. Any letters? Do you guys have any time capsules, by the way? Have you guys got any time capsules buried? That's about that. What about Morse code? Oh yes, but you have to send like an auditory Morse code, and you have to make the sounds with your mouth. Where's the head that redeemed? I think exclamation mark pat. It should work, or is it just pat? I don't know. I don't remember my commands. I feel out of place. Thank you. Thank you. Scrap of it. Mom, Dad, I apologize from the bottom of my heart. I never made it up to you for being such a horrible daughter. I didn't deserve to have you as my parents. I guess I'm getting what I deserved. This is hell. Oh, guys, pinch punch, beginning of the month, no returns. Hehe, got him. I got him. Oh, wait. Mr. Handsome? I think. Oh, wait, blue light. Wait. Oh no, oh no. Oh no, don't let me get stuck. Oh, Mr. Handsome, wait. Wait for me, Mr. Handsome. Don't close the door, Mr. Handsome. We've arrived. Wait, what? Mr. Handsome? You close the door. Why did you close the door, Mr. Handsome? Ah, here's a little shrine. Let's see what we can offer. Bump, bump. It's not enough that. Oh! Okay, I thought I canceled for a second. Alright, let's save, shall we? Double save. Nope, there's a little thingy here. Oh, lovely. And now there's middle partners. Look for something like this before. There should be some shortcuts. I'm guessing. Looks like an inch. Wait, have we been this way? This is where it came from? What's here? Oh, there's another path here. Let's go there. Let's go there. I am very likely going to go in circles because that's how I normally am. Wait, is this? Oh, okay. This is the one with the dog with the thingy, right? Alright, it goes this way. Okay. Oh, so there's actually nothing here. There's... Wow. Or wait, is this... Right. Wait, am I? This... Okay, there's just... another one. Oh, look at that. Kudzu tea. A slightly thick drink made by dissolving kudzu powder in water in this region. What's kudzu guys again? What was it? Leaves? Was it some leaves? What was it? Let me have a look. Vines. Vines. Yes. I'm glad one of us remembers. And this is... Oh, is this another message? To whomever happens to read this note. It becomes so easy if you just stop and give up. After all, you're already amongst the dead. Amogus? Amogus? Any messages? Alright, let's grab this. This kudzu tea. We haven't, like, still stumbled across this spooky monster. Amogus. Alright, where are we? Ah, here. Hey, was there a path here? Oh, let's go back there then. I lost my way. Alright, over here, and then over the bridge and far away. Oh. And then down this way. Anything? Oh wait. Bandage. And nothing else. Just these things. Ah, okay. I think we've like been to every single place, so I'll just make my way here. Which is bloodstained letter. For those who have yet to abandon hope, I've hidden the Omamori that protects against evil behind the Ima at. I can attest to its efficiency. However, no power is absolute. What's Ima? You must remain vigilant. This heirloom belongs to my grandmother, and now I pass it to you. Do not think I have much else for it now. Hold up. Hidden behind the Ima at. Okay. Well. How do I figure that out? Is that like... Can I like look behind it? Are these wooden things Imas? Okay, well, all the wooden things have things on their back. You know, which is probably the code for the thingy. Fluff. Oh, can I open it for me? It's locked from the other side. Unbelievable. Okay. Scary. Do you guys hear the dogs barking? Do you guys hear the doggo barking? Now if we go up here, and then I go. Oh, there's something here. Dried carcass. Okay, it's only a bird. An animal carcass that has been prepared, packed as an offering. Thank you.
でもお供え物だったよね。
Oh. Oh, message. Mom, Dad, I don't think I'll make it home. I just wish I could see you one last time. Mayumi. Wait, hold up. Is this the girl from the beginning? The one that we read? Divine water. Fresh mountain water. It said those who drink this water will be blessed by the gods. Oh, shit. Now it's full. Oh, oh, shit. Can I just leave it? Okay, I'll come back for it. I will do some... I will give the offering. And then... Alright, well... Is this cheating if I'm actually looking behind? Because they said there's gonna be a thing behind one of them. The gift from their grandmama. Okay, I mean it doesn't. I don't see it. Let's go. Oh, we'll go. Where's the offering thingy? Is that it? Wait. It's this. And then I can go back to it. Meow, meow, meow. And then this. You. And then do this. Exchange it. Decrease enemy line of sight. Okay. Should we go back and quickly get that? Or is there... There was a path that was closed, but can't remember which way it was. The shortcut, where's the shortcut way? Never mind. I think I'll just get lost. I already feel quite lost. Will you guys guide me home when I get lost? Oh, can I get it from here? I have to go around. Ba, ba, ba. Oh, thank you for the path. Alright, we're gonna go here. There's something here? Oh, it's a knife. Knife is life. Life is knife. Alright. Is that a... Is this just a... another path? Is this just like the long way? Okay. Alright, we'll just go this way. There's nothing here, right? Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Okay. Oh, there's some paper. Guys, you know, everything looks the same. Everything looks the same. Is this back? This is not back at the beginning, right? Oh, this is up here again. Well, suppose we can drop this off, huh? Do a quick save. Okay, and then we'll go this way. I'm guessing secret. Oh, message. As I pass into the world of the dead, I pray only that I do not pass through the gates of hell. Please hear my prayer. As I walk through the valley, shadow of death, I look up my butt and see nothing else. Because I've did it. Oh, doll.
なんでここに?
Rain. Rain. Alright, let's see. Lightning cast down from the heavens, split asunder the decaying tree. From the earth grows Kutsu, the prophet of eternal prosperity. Draw a general map on pen and paper. Helping. Oh, it's just a feature. I'm just directionally challenged. Can we hold hands? You wanna hold hands? Nunu doesn't believe in taking notes. Look, oh, shit. Okay. Oh, gosh. Whoa. This is not fair. This is not fair. Oh my god, no. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, crikey. I need to get out of here. What? I don't get it. Okay. Nari sushi. A traditional dish of sushi rice stuffed inside seasoned deep-fried tofu skin. Has a soft, juicy texture and is said to be Nari-sama's favorite type of offering. Lovely. Yummy Nari sushi. Hey, Multiverse Paul, how you doing? Okay, so, what was the, Dark Shrine? Oh, that's what it's called. Chains and shackles. Oh, lovely. Oh, and this is a doll, right? A celluloid doll. It looks like a doll that I had when I was young. I don't have mine anymore, but there was a time when I felt like a friend to me. In my opinion, a doll is a toy for girls. Because of this, I always felt like my doll was telling me that I should act more like a girl when I was playing with it. Oh. Did he not kill it? Ah, this one. Shrine Vault. Oh, what? Lightning cast down from the heavens, split asunder the decaying tree. From the heaven grows Kutsu, the prophecy of eternal prosperity. Lightning casting down, maybe that's casting down from heaven, split asunder. So we need to look for that maybe, and then decaying tree, and then Kutsu. Kutsu. Let's go. Alright, here. One of these, I'm guessing. Nope. Nope. But I'm glad she's like shaking her head. Because that means I don't have to. I don't have to take notes. Alright, had a long Wednesday in real, but I'm hanging in here. Oh, I really appreciate you coming to hang out here. Even though today might have been a very hectic day. I really appreciate that. I hope I can make your day better. Oh, fuck. Wait, is this the same one? Okay. Okay, I don't want to. Is she shaking the head? Oh wait, that must be it. Wait, there's a. Okay, it's not coming yet. Are you saying it's not this? Are you sure? Are you sure it's not this? Oh, okay. Hub. Oh, okay. Okay, wow. Okay, that wasn't a counter. Okay, it's down. Alright, lovely. Oh, is that on the other side? Wait, am I on the wrong side? Wait. Oh, perhaps it's a different section I need to go to now. Okay, that's the start. So, that means if I've cleared this area, then I have to go to another area that has those things. Mine. Oh my god.
I meant to do this earlier.
Oh my fucking god. You didn't have to, but thank you very much. Holy shit. My chest. Oh. Later. Thank you, that's very kind of you, Tesna. My poor little chest. What if I died? My ears? Oh, I'm sorry. So, we gotta find lightning and decaying tree. Hold on. This is where we found the doll? Let's just go this way. Oh, make sure that we're all healthy, huh? Is this the same place? Is it? Oh no. Oh no, Nino did an oopsie, guys. Nino went back in the same place. Oh wait, can I go there? No. Wait, they all look the same though. Yeah, son. How am I meant to remember? Okay. Well, I think this is different actually. Actually, this is different. Let me start off here. Decaying tree and lightning. Not that one. Oh shit! Look, right here. Nope, it is that one. Don't tell me otherwise.
あと一つ。
Lovely. Hi guys, you can do watch. If you're MVP. But gosh, does it hurt my what? Hurt my what? Huh? Hurt my what? Oh wait, are these things called Emma? Ema. Oh, right here. Oh, finally. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to fight this thing one more time. Okay, it's okay. It's fine. Well. Is he gonna come back here? Which way do I have to go? Which way is fastest? Oh, I'll just go this way. Basically the way it went. Is this a different message? To whomever happens to read this, oh, okay. Just give up your amogus. Okay. We're patrolling. Guessing I need to go this way, huh? Hesna, how you doing, by the way? So you've been playing Baldur's Gate? Apparently there's a Silas mod. You know what that means, right? You think? I think maybe it's waiting for me over there. Let's just run. If I want to fight, I'll give it a fight. I'll give it a fight. Let's do some offering and then save. Oh! Well, we have no more offerings. So we'll just save. Me and my Royal Squadron are talking about peak 90s cartoon union. Oh, hell yeah! You got any favorites? Alright. So. Oh, what was the symbols? This one. Okay, I'm not gonna remember this. This? This? Oh shit! Oh my god! First try, guys. First try.
あの人はいない。
Oh! This katana? Stone key. Okay. A key fashioned from mysterious stone. Judging from what it said, it's probably something precious. It looks like a weapon.
受け取ってもらえて嬉しい。淡雪の紅玉より削り出して作った君のための鍵だ。
Oh. Mr. Handsome is here, guys.
その鍵を稲荷像に。
Oh. Wait, what? You hasn't finished. Oh no. I guess now we're on the upside down world. Don't trust the fox mask. What do you mean? He's handsome. Oh man. Is this like a running crime? Okay, but the thing is, that? Oh fuck! Wait! Why is it not moving? Oh my god. Okay. Did I fuck up? Okay, so this way? Am I going the right way? Yes, I am going the right way. My sanity is going. Oh fuck! Oh god! Oh my god! Shit. Okay. Are you kidding? Okay. Okay, release the door. We made it, right? We made it. Oh shit, me timbers. Guys, dungeon! Enter the dungeon! Enter the dungeon, exclamation mark join. Enter the dungeon, you can get cool Tangia stuff. Exclamation mark join.
先ほどの扉は客人を招くためのものだ。だが、
However,
こちらの扉は聖域へ入ることを許された者にしか開かれない。
私は入っていいの？
もちろんだとも。
Why?
君を招くために今日がある。
What do you mean?
まだ少し歩かねばならないが、しばし休もうか。
大丈夫です。
疲れたらすぐに言いなさい。では、行こうか。
Wait, I thought we weren't supposed to trust the Foxman. What? He dead? Is he dead? Oh damn, look at you. Nice. The fox watched something. Something achievement. Oh, it's Shu!
ひなこ。しっかりしろ。返事をしろ。よかった。
前は簡単に死ぬようなやつじゃないよな。
John John
まだ生きてる。
咲子は無事だよな。
Are you saying you didn't see that body there?
一体どうなってんだ。街から誰もいなくなってる。これは悪い夢なのか。
どこに行っても化け物しかいない。悪夢以外の何者でもないな。
だとしても幸運だったよ。この世界に残ったのが2人だとして、そのもう1人がお前で嬉しいよ、相棒。
Damn!
リンコは
俺はあいつに話があるって言われただけで別にそんな。
リンコは無事なのか。一緒に逃げたんじゃないのか。
What?
悪い。
What?
俺も混乱してたみたいだ。あの時はみんなバラバラに逃げた。俺もリンコの姿は見てない。
Is there a love triangle?
リンコはどこへ。
Wait, was it Rinko that liked the
自分
dude?
の家か。行ってみようぜ、相棒。
Oh. Oh. What happened?
どうした？早く来ないと置いてくぜ。
Wait for me.
よし、しっかりしないと。とにかくリン
Okay.
を見つけなきゃ。
And oh wait, I need to. But gosh, does it hurt my little hand? My little. Whoa, guys, this map is actually big. No, you finally clipped it, huh? Finally clipped it. Okay, I need to get here. So is there like a secret alleyway? My little hands exposed again. Well, I don't mind. We are strong, we are brave, and we are new. Are there gonna be women here again? Oh, I want this. I want to blow on it. Wow. Anything here? Nope. When using focus with your sanity will slowly deplete while the max sanity will decrease if you are attacking while using focus. It's full use from a focus attack. Okay. Okay, I didn't get it, but I hope you guys got the I hope you guys got it. So you guys can explain it to me in colors, please. Thank you. We are legion, for we are many. Isn't that like anonymous? Where do I need to go? Oh, I thought I have some bandage.
まずいな。武器が壊れそうだ。
Mummies? Oh! Is this secret? Is this secret? Where am I? Oh.
あの化け物、もういないよね。
No, I don't think I want to go there. It doesn't look really nice. It's a land I've heard of a lot. This way. Oh, excuse me, finally. Let's see our weapon. Oh gosh. So if I use, how do I use it? F. Oh, I see. Hold on. So, oh, okay, and then, oh, there we go. It's repaired. We repaired it. Hell yeah. Alright, I think we'll keep going this way. No. Rip. Okay. Let's save here. Dead ends, really? Come on. Come on. That's not noise. That's not noise. Oh, Ramune. Oh. Big scarecrow, yeah. First aid kit. Lovely. 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 Can go inside this house. Guys, if I knocked on your door, would you let me in? Do I get EXP? Do I get EXP? Oh, that does not look very nice. Okay, we'll just go. We'll just do it. Would you open the door? Would you open the door? Oh. I don't think that's a good sign. Of course not. Stranger danger. Okay, this is kind of weird. Can we? Higashi. Oh, is this sweet? Small fruit-flavored candy that melt in your mouth. Oh my god, I want to eat it. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Wait. Am I blind? Wait. Wasn't there a scarecrow? Wasn't there like a small scarecrow here? Guys, wasn't there? Oh, wait. It's right there. Oh my god. I'm just so blind. Alright, what about here? Okay. Oh, we're gonna be working in the field. There. It's here. Oh! Ima. A wooden plank planted back in the whole core after writing your wishes. Hell yeah. Is this another... You can use a blank... Oh, I can? What do I get? What... okay, I see. Increase all slots. Oh, I see. Shafker. I wonder what would be AI News' favorite song? We want a juice box, a juicy juice box. It's your everyday, ordinary juice box. It's got a tweet every kid you meet. Greatly decrease sanity consumption while using focus. Okay. So I think what this game is saying... Wait, let me quickly save here again. Not your everyday, ordinary juice box. Got a treat so sweet that every kid you meet. They're running cool blood. Oh, wait. Hold it. Oh, sickle! Hell yeah! Hold on. Where's me sickle? Well, I mean, they kinda dull, like they don't have flesh. I guess I shouldn't use the sickle. This photo, we're talking about having a watch party at some point after getting a gaming laptop in the future. Hell yeah, do it! Thank you for the power real time. Oh!
Shu, いるか?
なんだ相棒
Hi, Shu. Maybe we should hold hands.
いつまでも宇宙戦争ごっこをしていたい。私かお前の夢の中ってことはないよな。
だったら互いの
Chapka asked me, can you sing your favorite song? Sure thing. But I'm more of a meower than a singer.
Okay.
Here's a little ditty about the chaos-loving,
ditty.
sleepy godlin life. Oh, I'm a tiny little godlin, nya-nya, causing chaos here and there. Mao mao. Gaming, joking, and ice cream dreams into the night with D's nuts schemes. It's like a symphony of mischief, darling. Wee.
Darling. Oh my god. Why is she like this? Wee. Classic AI.
Don't forget, I keep an eye on you, kitten.
Lambi! Hi! Where have you been, sir? Where have you been? Where have you been? Scare yourself with that one. You scared yourself with that one? You know what? That's deserved. Driving back to my parents. Oh! Wait, to your parents or from your parents? I hope you had a good day. Lampy jump scared himself. I can finish the... He wasn't trying to... I think he has a crush on her. Have to take them somewhere tomorrow. Oh. I see.
残念だが夢じゃないみたいだな。
Wait, Shu. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Oh gosh. Don't leave me on my own, Shu. I'm just a delicate little princess. I'm a delicate little princess. Oh, there's... Oh gosh, there's a lot. Alright, let me just quickly go here. If there's anything here. I'm a delicate princess. I'm a delicate princess, Shu. Oh, Lampy, by the way, I restarted the game again, but made it so that the puzzles are hard and not extremely difficult, where I have to Oh my god! Okay. He dead. Oh. Fucking hell.
先生いますか
Yeah. And it won't budge, okay. Well. Okay. Because I think for the super hard one, you need to have like some knowledge. And I have zero knowledge of Japan and like all its folklores and stuff like that. If it was different, then I wouldn't need help because I'm no baby. I'm no baby like you guys. Can I open this? You said it. It's not baby mode. It's hard mode. It's hard. It's hard mode. You'll see it. Sensei? Oh. Okay. No, I'm gonna nap because Nino baby. Nino baby. Wake up. Wait, why is she mutilated like that? Oh, okay. It's locked. Okay, I can't target it. 10. Is that a month, by the way? Is this a month? I can't read Japanese. Maybe I can ask Billy to read it for me. Hold on. Oh! What? Okay, there we go. That was strange. Alright, let me... Billy! Billy! Can you tell me what... Oh! Gosh! Alright. No. Baba, that ain't the doctor. Alright guys, ready for some jump scare? Smashy! Okay. Alright, is this one gonna wake up? Come on, come on, come on, don't tease me like this. Arare. Small crispy rice crackers. It's pleasant, crunchy, makes it never boring to eat. Ooh. That sounds very delicious. Oh my god, look guys, it's a one of those, is it called Singer machines. Oh. Oh. How lovely. Oh, thanks. A singer, is that a game? No, it's not a game. It's not a game. It's not a game. What if there's like a secret? There's a secret somewhere. Secret. Also, is he like collecting eyes? Oh my fucking god, Lampy! Lampy, go sit in the naughty corner. You sir, go sit in the naughty corner. Go sit in the naughty corner. Oh my god. Go sit in the naughty corner. Go sit in the naughty corner. Go sit in the naughty corner. Which corner is that? It's the one to your left. Okay. 미친. 나무네. Okay, it must be the one that we like saw the room. Tomato juice. Carrot. But there's a table in that corner. Okay, go for the other corner then, you silly poophead. Alright. In this one. Fucking woke up. A local doctor's note. The other corner is a water. Okay, there's another corner. There's another corner. There are 4 corners. 2 of them are occupied. You use the other one. Tomato, but Fable hates tomato. But she likes pasta. Even now, the trust given to the long-standing physicians of the Iwai family is unshakably strong. When I spoke to the eldest working member of the family at a gathering, I was astonished by the outstanding bounty of knowledge. Though, as they discussed the detail of their practice with me, I got the hint that they might still be using controlled substance in their treatment. Oh wait, my room has just 6 corners? Actually, I might have a few corners too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 corners. Like a T shape. Oh, yours T shape? Dang. Wow, okay. My bed. And the last one has the door. Okay, stand by the door. Stand by the door then, silly goober. Well, as they discuss the detail of their medicine. Oh, yes, substance, okay. However, I think it's best that I look the other way in this situation. While it is now illegal to produce the cloudy rice wine known as Doburoku. What's Doburoku? People across Japan were once free to make it as they needed, perhaps operating within the grey areas of the legislation between traditional and modern medicine has always been the role of local physicians here. And all them corners are the naughty corners for needing. Yes! Wait, hold up a minute. Not mine. Your corner. What? You can't spit my own words back to me. That's quite naughty. Alright. Must be in the other room. Didn't leave me any presents. Oh, crikey. Alright, let me get my stamina back. She's hiding in the corner. Don't, that's stupid. Bruh. She's hiding here. Okay. He's hiding in the corner there. Oh my god. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? That's not fair. Oh my god. I can't believe you. can't believe you. Stop. Hey, Renat. Did Nina pee again? No. I mean, I already went to the toilet. I don't need to pee again. Autopsy report. Undermined cause of death. Undermined cause of death. Case 09. Body was astonishingly malnourished, and the calvarium had split open like it had burst from the inside. The cranial bones have been hollowed out and filled with insect eggs. Okay. Later identified as belonging to various including locusts, grasshoppers, and crayons. Okay. I miss you too, Nina. You miss me with all those jump scares? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Oh, you should clip that one. Oh, you're on your mobile and you're redeeming those? God damn. No evidence says they were put there by human hands. Seems to be planted by insects naturally. Highly unusual behavior considering the current harsh winter temperature. Okay, yeah, another corpse to come through with an inexplicable cause of death. At least this one was easier to stomach than case 08. All bodies with unexplainable cause of death are kept secret, swiftly handed over to the police department. In turn, the police department immediately disposed of such bodies without so much as a customary glance. That's it. Well, iPad add this mobile app for Twitch. How's the mobile app? Fuck. Come on. Come on. You're not in there? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay. Ooh, look at these photos. Pretty. Alright. Is it gonna be out here when I come out? Yeah, stay down, stinky. Wait. Okay. Did it come from here? It's fine if you just chat and view and use extension. Decent to do basic modding on too, but I can't do things like change the title category. Oh, that's sad. Do I need to parkour and jump on someone's head? Do you like a tail? Look at a little tail. Do you like the outfit? Subarashi. Alright, I'm guessing I need to go through here. Should I keep going this way? And I suppose I could try. Wait. Ooh, pretty flowers. This way? Say hi to Ninu. Say hi to Ninu. Oh, okay, there we are. Oh, this way. I think it's stuck. Oh, okay. Oh, crikey. Wait, what? wanna build a snowman. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh my god! Hi, berries. I love you too. I love you too. I love you too. I love everybody. I cannot deny my love. I cannot deny my love. You want? Ba-ba-da-ba. Can be free. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, guys, have you guys watched K-pop Demon Hunters? You said say hi to Nina. Oh, okay. I see. Lampy, you're saying you're just very special. Understandable, sir. Understandable. Oh, maybe. Ooh, if I go this way, I feel like if I go this way, it will lead me there. I'm gonna go this way first. Thank you for the pat, though. He's hiding in the corner there. Oh my god. How dare you? Why did I get spooked again? How? Why did I get spooked again? I can't believe it. Guys, Billy said, it says Tuesday. You know the thing with like the 10? It says Tuesday. It says Tuesday. Wait, I probably should type Tuesday to her. Tuesday. 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 You say Tuesday. Tuesday. Tuesday.
この先にある咲くこんとこの神社。
I used to go there a
よく行
lot.
ったな。
Well, I am not really keen on going into the forest. Back home in the Netherlands, guys, we had like a lot of forests. And a lot of, well, I suppose a lot of parks and a lot of foresty area. Back in the Netherlands when I was a small baby. And my mom used to watch a lot of, what's that show? Like Crime Stoppers. And then there were like cases of people just like, but no hills. There were hills. Okay. There were hills. I might have been small, might have been short, but there were hills for me, okay? And I have a story about that. I have a story about that. Those are called speed bumps. They weren't speed bumps. They had grass. The hills are alive with the sound of baby Nino. Look, it was massive, okay? What do you mean might have been, you still really short? No, I'm average. I'm average. Happy nappy time for these hedgy boy. Have fun, everyone. See you later, Paul. Usually, well, hills in Holland. Oh my god. For me, it was a hill. Okay, it was a hill. It was difficult terrain. It was difficult terrain. It was difficult terrain for me. Okay. Once I was a small baby, I rode my bike up a hill, but as I was like trying to get to the top, I couldn't spin the wheel, and so I tried to put my legs down to stop it, but no, I rolled back and then hurt myself. It wasn't nice. I had a bike. You're Dutch. Of course, I did not only have one bike. I had multiple bikes, sir. I had multiple bikes. Difficult terrain. Did it half your movement speed? It freaking did half my movement speed. It did. It did. I rolled back down because I didn't have any what's it called? Speed. I didn't have the right speed. Don't feel bad. Apparently, I was an adventurous kid. I was always wandering off in scare my parents because they couldn't find me. Oh no. Oh no. I didn't, because I got scared. I got scared because my mom always used to watch Crime Stoppers, and then it'll be like, have you seen this person? They've killed someone in the forest. They left their bag in a black bin bag in the forest, in the hills. They hid it in the bushes. They hid it in the bushes. Crime Stalkers was filled with difficult speed bumps. I once came off my bike going down a railhead, went over the handlebar and slid down on my face. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! That's rough. Were you a small tiny baby? Were you the size of my palm? Write a pageant for British boys into the 80s? Hell yeah! I was young enough to be completely fine. Young enough to be completely fine because your skin just rejuvenates real fast. And now it's just like, nyeh, nyeh. Yeah. Anyways, that's my Nino Hill story. It was not nice. I was bruised up. I didn't like it. I didn't like it one bit. I didn't like it. Kids are made of rubber, they bounce. Yeah, I don't bounce anymore. My bones are too bad for that. Kids don't go outside. How steep would you say the hill was? Very steep. I was going uphill. I was going uphill on my bike. And the bike was like I can only reach my tiptoes on the ground. So you could imagine how difficult it was. Now I have a Western girl stuck in my head. Heck yeah! What? Why, Seekers? Should we seriously, niggas? Why you slap? You did it to yourself? Yeah, you did it to yourself. Okay, let's hold a Chichinsai. Chichinsai? And sometimes better off. No, stinky poop head, no. We are glad you are part of us. Only I get to put you down. Yes.
Don't forget, I keep an eye on you, kitten.
Okay. I'm behaving. I'm behaving. Whatever you're building a house or pulling it down, digging a well or filling one up is all done upon Inari-sama's land. We should show our gratitude to Inari by holding a Jichisai. Holding a Jichinsai, especially important for wells. Lest we forget the ancient tale of poisonous water dragon that once wreaked havoc until the Inari-sama finally sealed it deep on the ground. Digging a new well is just like opening up an air hole, like a butthole, for the terrible dragon. So like a fart. And if we're not careful, you risk facing its wrath once more. Like the ozone layer. That's why you must have a Jichinsai. Okay. Exclusive price for first-time customers. Special deals requested on unlucky calendar days. What is an unlucky calendar day? Drinking order? Yes, I am, Danny.
Guy. So his is him like a little happy bird. It's angry. Angry, it's mad, or get off her.
It's angry. You want to see my angry face?
And then it's sleeping now. But yeah, and then the wings itself you see moving around.
That's my angry face.
That is all rigged with the same.
Yeah, you rigged it all yourself. Don't make Nino angry. Oh man, the thing is that my people say that I am so animated. It's just that I can't animate an angry face in real life. Other than that, oh guys, Ghost of Yotai, the Ghost of Sushi #2 is coming out, but it's on console. It's console exclusive. And I'm so sad. Why does it have to be console exclusive? This is where I would get murdered. This is what my mom would be saying. Nino, if you drive in the forest, if you ride your bike in the forest and nobody's there, this is where you die. You saw it on the TV. You saw it on the telly. The Crime Stop. There are some serial killers out there. They're gonna yoinky sploink you. And it's not gonna be nice. Oh. Key to Sakuko's mailbox. Lovely. I have a bike hill story. Oh, once I was going downhill fast. Someone left a super cover. Oh no, I did try to brake, but it wasn't able to slow down good enough. Front wheel went into the hole, bike stayed, and I flew a couple of meters. Oh no. Oh nosies. No, that's a perfectly safe forest. No, it's not. Just look at the trees. The trees look dead. How did any of us ever go outside again after watching crime stories? I was forced. Look, I was only a kid then. I was only a small wee little baby. So I had no choice but to go to school, play with my friends. Oh, and like on Wednesdays, there would be we had this little park thing, and on every Wednesdays, a clown would come and play with us. We don't fucking know who hired him, though. We don't know who hired him. I don't know if it was... I don't know why there was a clown, but he was there every Wednesday. Not sus. That's not normal, you know. Well, okay, look, now that I think of it, it's not normal, but then at that time it was like, shit, it's Wednesday, guys, let's go outside and play, the clown is coming to play with us. And then they would come and play. Did you think, if you went back on a Wednesday, you'd still be there? Probably not. Probably not. They, after a couple of years, after they demolished the little park thing that we had, which sucked. Which shame, such a shame. Now that I think of it, though, what was that clown doing? What was he doing? What was he doing there? What was he doing? What was he doing? He played us. He always gave me gifts, guys. He always gave me balloons and stuff. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. My mom will call on me when I'm late. Where you at? Who you with? What you doing? When will you be home? Are you on your way? My dad, you alive? You murdered someone? No. Weak. Oh, dang. Balloons, yes! Because he played with balloons and he had lots of toys. And like, what do you call it? You know the, McDonald's toys that you can get? He used to give us that. I mean, dang. Well, guys, now I want to know what that clown was doing there. What was that clown doing there? What was he doing? It was Ronald McDonald. No, it was not Ronald McDonald. He dressed like a clown, like a stereotypical clown. Oh my fucking god! Why? Unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Clown! Oh, why thank you. Ronald McDonald was a No. Ronald McDonald was not a stereotypical clown. Ronald McDonald is like a yellow and red. But by a stereotypical clown, what I mean is by the clown that Lampy literally just showed. Like the funny clothes with the polka dots and the red nose. Yeah. Is this? Yes, this is No, that guy the clown. He didn't have that weird face. Oh my god. Now that I think of it, guys, I'm getting weirded out. What was he doing there? What was he doing there? There were times when we wouldn't see him on Wednesdays and we would be like, oh man, the clown is not here. He's not gonna play with us. I'll go all circus science history on you. Go on. Don't be spooky, Nini, it's okay. The it clown is spooky though. He's got funny face. A funny face. Letter from Sakuko mother. Dear Sakuko, you must never speak again about how you hear otherworldly voices talking or singing. Schizo, huh? Do you know the clown that used to go to Nina's park on Wednesdays? Yeah, do you know about him? By any chance, was he sus? Look, guys, I don't remember any sus thing happening. He was like really fun to play with. He gave us toys and balloons. The only thing that I didn't like was we had a swing and I got like pushed around pretty high. There might have been a little trickle down my leg. Might have wee-weed myself like a little tiny baby. But because I was a tiny baby. Puberty is a difficult time. You may hear and see strange things that you can't explain. The same thing happened to me when I was your age. However, it's nothing more than your imagination playing tricks on you. Schizo, huh? There are 3 main types. The white-faced straight man, the Auguste funny man, and the character which was later brought into the scene. Whiteface and Auguste are the usual type you saw in early theater and circus thing. Abbott and Costello dynamic. Now you see more character clowns. As included think Mr. Bean. Oh, Carol Burnett. Tapeface. Oh! Tapeface is cool though. Just to give you a small history lesson. Wait, wasn't Tapeface British? Isn't he British? They turn up to a kid park dressed as a clown. guys, look, I don't know. Maybe it was. I don't know. We didn't have like the council thing in the Netherlands. I was only a kid. Nothing weird happened. Nothing weird happened. You adore me so much. Oh my god, Barracks, you gotta share. You gotta share me around. Wait, now that sounds a hella sus. Tayface is super kind. Wait, have you met him? Have you met him? He's so cool. He's so funny. Oh my god, emotes have a cute hat now. Plus the Netherlands, so another unknown culture. All I can say is that it's Western. But then look, maybe because like I lived like in a small little place. We had our own like municipal something like that. Municipal. So maybe it was different. We should ask Alice if she had a park clown. Alice lives in the farm. I don't know. I don't think she lived. I don't think she experienced the same things as me. Wait, what, sound alert of what? Say anything happen to anything. If your friends find out though, you'll be labeled the strange girl. They'll abandon you, ostracize you, because around here, once rumors spread, people will never look at you the same. Oh, crikey. Farm clowns are another breed. Wait, what do you mean, Circus Linicus? Hold up a minute, sir. What do you mean by farm clowns, huh? Best not to talk about to them. Okay, why? Some of the children told their parents, and at least one of them inquired too. I don't know. Cause like, okay, we live. Wait, maybe I can do paint, real quick paint. Let me show you guys. Let me show you guys how we had the little park. Does this work? Is this okay? Kinda shows up. Okay, there you go. All right, so we had so flat, right? Flat. So we lived here, and then there's like different flats, and we lived like at the top floor, and then there's like a forest area here. Forest. And then there was like a little park here. Park. And the clown would be in the park. Clown will be in the park. Oh yeah, I'll give you a That's the clown. Yeah. A Linkin Park? No. That's the clown. Yes, that's the clown. And there's like a foresty area here. This part is foresty. But because we lived like on the top floor, you could pretty much like see like this all this area. So yeah, and the balconies were here. You want another story, guys? You want to know another story? Okay, so well, there you go. Okay, so when I was small, yes, Ninu dreamt, little Ninu dreamt of Santa, well, Saint Nicholas or Sinterklaas, what they call it in the Netherlands, and he usually has like a pointy hat and a beard, and he had the sleighs. He had sleighs. It's Sinterklaas, like this, something like that. I think so. And when Ninu was small, this was probably in my dream, by the way. I saw him in my dream. Him on his little reindeer thing, right? On his little reindeer thingy. Wow, guys, you like my drawing? In the sky. In the sky. He was flying in the sky. He was flying in the sky. This is my dream, by the way. In my dream. Since father, yes. But I only saw this in my dreams, and then for a very long time, Ninu believed on Christmas that if I go to the balcony, I will spot Santa. That's what I believed in a very, very long time when I was a small baby. What a sweet small bean. And then guys, I also had another dream from this balcony, which was of the Sesame Street, and it was a nightmare, and that's why I don't like puppets. I don't like puppets. Especially the pig lady. She wasn't nice in my dream. She was mean. She was mean to Kermit too. And didn't like it. Miss Piggy, yeah, she was mean, and then yeah. Not her curry. I know, it was horrible. I hate this place house. Anyways, that's my little story, guys. So we had a clown visit us every Wednesday. And Ninu's dream of Santa. Yeah. Hope you guys like that story. Not really a story, I would say. It's not really a story. 'Cause it was real. Guys, Santa is real. Oh, and like, our teacher would be like, oh, make sure you leave some carrots. Make sure you leave some carrots out for the reindeers. 'Cause they like carrots. And so they can visit other children. Then we left carrots out. My mom wasn't a fan of it. Oh shit!
Dude, like OMG, how has it been so long already?
Time has really flown by. Anyway,
Audacity.
I hope you're doing well. And also, did you find out more?
More about what? Wait. More about what? Also, thank you so much, you absolute legend. You guys are so kind. Thank you for the pat. Is that like 70 years? I would like leave carrot for Santa. No. For the reindeers. Santa was cookies. We wanted to know more. More about Santa? Okay, another childhood story, which is in reference to Santa. Because like the Dutch Christmas is like on the 5th and like 6th of December. Reading can be so hard. Okay, yeah, I know. It's hard. It's difficult. If you are in pieces, that's me. We used to go to the library, and Santa would come with his it's called Zwarte Piet, which is basically Black Pete. I don't think I can get into that on stream, because I don't know, people take it wrong. But they used to go there and then leave candies and give us toys. Yeah, it was fun. Okay, there you go. That's another story. I mean, our Santa had like more of a pointy hat. He had more of a pointy hat than a one that is like down sideways. Like the British. Yeah. There you go. That's more Ninu story. More Ninu story. It was fun though. And like, so my father used to like travel abroad quite a bit. Sheesh, okay. I'm gonna have to pray. Whatever. Tell us a story about your inspection. Oh no. Oh. Yes. It was horrible, man. It was. Look, like my room is clean and all that stuff, right? I mean, I still had bins to take out, but I had cleaners coming in supposedly today, but I somehow got it mixed up. So they came in yesterday after the inspection. Yeah. Let's just say they saw things, okay? I'm sure I didn't traumatize them, okay? No, I didn't traumatize. Oh, I can't believe I did that again. Hey, let's go back. Did he hide the bodies well? Yeah, I still have the shovel that Antipop gave me. Oh my god, wait, he's still alive! Wait, do I want to go here? Wait, no, he came back.
Oi, Aibo. Rinko no ie wa sochi janai ze.
I'm sorry to head out, but sadly, Sleep, she called me away. Happy to have y'all tonight. Love y'alls. Something fierce, and remember that this world shines brighter with your light in it. Shine on and be excellent, my friends. Circus Linux is. Oh my god, you are such an angel. You sleep well, sir. Good night. Everybody, tuck Circus Linux to bed. And then Shu disappears. God, man. Gosh. Oh my god, how dare you? Alright. It's nothing. Lizard. 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 Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Really? Was that necessary? Was that necessary? Was that necessary? Wait, where the hell is the shrine thingy? Oh, right here. Alright, let's drop all this. La 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 listen, la 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 listen. Lizard, 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 also, lizard, why the fuck are you guys asking for this? You guys want me to keep saying lizard? Are you sure? Oh my god! Kablooey! Yeah. Health, sanity, stamina increase. More. Okay. Oh, wait, should I? Let me quickly save. Because I was yapping too much. Okay. Was it just here? Necessary? 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 Oh my god! Guys, how could you let AI new take that from you? La 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 lizard. Na 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 na. Alright. You know, guys, I don't find this game as spooky. Like, compared to, like, Silent Hill 2? Silent Hill 2 scared me. Maybe I wasn't too scared. Women? Where? Women! It's around this house. Letter to home. I no longer recognize my husband.
Test, test, test.
Oh, hi. Using coins, I think, takes much longer compared to when you like using bits. He gets blackout drunk most days now, and when he's drunk, he turns violent. Well, I think I can keep. I don't think I can keep. Oh my god, living this way. Not with his cruelty day after day after day. Where did the kind man I met when our marriage was being arranged go?
AnGRMGMT00 asked me, you working today? What do I get for a 20 spot? Oh, darling, I'm always working in my own special way, if you know what I mean. But for a 20 spot, you'd get a front row seat to my endless charm and wit.
Oh.
No refunds, though, especially if you're expecting anything more than my unfiltered British banter. Keep your expectations low and your spirits high, love.
High, love. Hell yeah, acceptable. Whoa!
Lizard.
Oh my god. Was that Tangia, by the way? That's Tangia, right? She sounds Australian. Wow. You guys say that my AI news sounds more British than me. You guys can't make up your minds. Oh wait, hold up. My bad. You mean American. Oh, Blender. Oh, darling. The Norma one does yes. What do you mean? I don't sound so... Okay, well, I mean, I suppose so. American Ninu. Yeah, you guys remember American Ninu? She was funny. Maybe... Should I do another Ninu TTS, but like in American? Maybe. My oldest child is only 3 years old, and I have another growing inside me. What a line. My life is too hard to keep living, but I'm forbidden to die. Mom, Dad, I've always done as you asked, no matter what it was. This will be my first and last selfish act. Please forgive me. Oh, rip. What happened to Classic Ninu? Did they get eaten by Plank Nu? Plank Nu has gone through things. Plank Nu has lived. Hello? You baby snowman.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now back to our show.
Back to our show. Okay, so I should just go back here and just follow the red. Oh fuck! Oh. Okay. Are you down? Oh man. Should I? Yeah, should I? I don't think I have any more tools. Right. Also, oh my god, wait, I have a shitload of bandages. Hold up. How much does that restore? Quite a bit. I need to find a new weapon. That's okay. We have another one here. Maybe we keep that and then when we find a tool thingy. Come. Oh, my bad. Wait. Am I going the fucking wrong way? I am. Okay. Just making sure that I wasn't blind. Wait, I could keep going this way. What if I go to the sound? Because wait a minute. Wait, did I take a long ass way? Oh, hi. Oh, wait, there's another one. Oh. Oh, come on. Okay, whatever. Oh, okay. Woohoo! Come here, darling. Oh, darling. Come play. Come play with me, new. Okay. If I run a bit. Come. I'm unreaded. You're not unreaded. Wait. Hold up. I will. You're not unreaded. Oh my god! Look.
Did you pee again?
What? How did I? What? No, I didn't pee again. But how the fuck did I do this? How? Oh my god! No, I don't. Wait. How? How did I pull this? How do you do anything you do? I don't know, brother. All right. Okay. All right. Let me read. Out Britished? Wait. Out British who? Respond to the letter about having lots of kids. Keep your dick out of it. It's fucking enough. It's fucking enough. It's fucking. God damn, why can't I read like normal? It's fucking enough already. A dressing gown smacks right. Wait, what dressing gown? Wait, am I? What dressing? It's pretty lit. Very freeing. What dressing gown? Sleeping cap too, no doubt. Wait, what? I like the spoopy more in the fight music. Oh, you like spoopy. I think I'm just lost. Only on Christmas Eve? Well, Ma is in her kerchief. You out-Britified me. Wait, what? How? Vacancy reading. Wait a minute. Why can't I scroll up? There we go. No way to explain it. That's from long ago. Okay, I'm trying to catch up. I'm trying to catch up. Reading as Nino is better. Nino better? I love that line. Which one? Why can't you read normal? Because you worry about it too much and it psychs you out. Anki's analyzing me. Oh, little kerchief. Nino for president. Exactly. No, Angie out-Britified me. Oh, how did he out-Britify you? He'll never be able to maintain it long term. Why not? Always analyzing. Beep boop, beep boop, boop boop. Beep boop boop, beep boop, beep. Oh, more women? Oh, it's the same woman. Oh golly gosh. Come on. Okay, she's gonna keep patrolling. Come. There's nothing in there? Come. Zach? Alright, let's, women? Let's, continue a game, yeah? Oh, I'm supposed to go this way. Oh man, I wish I could just, wish I had like, you know, the GTA map. Wait, is that, oh, wow. Wow, for real, for real. Come. Okay, it's not giving me that thing. Oh. Come. You're a little lady. I'm a little lady. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Now I see it. Okay, so I didn't have to... Oh, I should use these. Oh, I'm an idiot. Nino idiot. Nino idiot. I'm going to be in trouble if I don't find a new weapon soon. Oh. No kidding. Oh, rather, you will not be able to free yourself. Successful. Oh. Yay. Hold the central drugs in here. Well, what am I supposed to do? Just not get grabbed, huh? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, this... Okay, this is not good. I need a repair kit. You know, I need a repair kit. Okay, we'll go this way. Oh, my sequel. Anything? Wow. Can I get no get scanned, please? Please can I get no scam? Anything here? Nope. Oh. This looks okay. Look like a poster I can pick up. Bacon pancake, bacon, bacon pancake. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Okay, it's fine. Oh.
I'm a sexy rabbit. I'm a sexy anthro rabbit. Yeah. Rabbit. Like Jessica Rabbit. But more anthro.
Wait, who is Lola? Wow. Beautiful. What can I say? No! Please! Okay. Okay, wow, I got scammed. Okay. Well, Sickle's pretty fast. Oh, you went. I want a repair tool. Please tell me. Chocolate? New imported candy that has been increasingly prevalent, a rare treat for local children. Wait, wasn't it in like Germany where they like yeeted chocolate? Americans yeeted chocolate from the skies to give it to German kids. Give them snackies, give them chocolate. Keep a nuke to your forehead and not it to not it to oblivion. Okay, my thought process went funky there, huh? Waiter.
気持ち悪い。
ひなこか。この気持ち悪いのには触るなよ。毒があるかもしれない。
Mud poison, go around the garden. Right, this way. Brother. I need the toolkit. Also? Red capsule. I don't want red capsule. Please, tool. Oh, nice. Okay, we got another pipe. I want to get pipe. Pipe. You mean to nut? To headbutt? I don't know. Also, can I swap this for? There we go. Wait, is that number 6? I just used it. What is it? You cannot know. Explain yourself. What is it? Which way do you? What do you want me to explain? Is it mathematics? Is it mathematics? Okay, I guess I have to go there. Oh, toolkit! Okay, so what number is it? Explain that. Where did your clothes go, young lady? Look, I can explain. Sometimes I see women and I'm like, damn, women. Is that a key? Oh! Oh my god. Can you just... Ain't no way. Oh no. What am I supposed to do? Why is this? Why butt small? Actua? Oh! Okay. Oh shit, okay. Alright, blood. Okay! Shit! Can I kill it? Is this a killable monster? Ah! No! Not sickle. Does that count as a counter? I don't get it. What is this thing? Excuse me? Okay. Oh no, I'm in a corner. Oh my my god, please stop! Okay. Whoa! Calm your fucking ass down. Okay. What was it? Nope. What was that number? 6? Okay, there we go. He's gone. Guys, wait. Is this thing killable? Is this thing killable? Can I kill it? Wow. Die! Oh, it's dead. It's dead. Stupid. Wait. It's not dead. It's not dead. It's not dead. Guys, it's not dead. Wait. It's gonna come back. Oh, I need to hold this? I swear to God. I fucking knew it! Wait, can I get it again? Oh, fuck off! Alright. Actually, I should... Oh, God. If I can just... I'm gonna try and not attack it and just try and get... Okay. Okay. Hit me! Hit me! Okay, you're taking sweet ass time. Okay, I'm sorry. Please. Please, let me go! It's not fair. Okay, there we go. We're out of there. Whee! I died! Guys, this game is scanning me. See if I can knock it down then. Stay down. Stinky. Oh no. Wait, what? It counted my counter? Is this like Yu-Gi-Oh? Okay. Lovely. Yes. Lovely. Get in. Get in, homies. No, don't tell me this thing is gonna chase me in it. Because that won't be pleasant.
Hinako!
Are you kidding? Are you kidding me right now? You can't be. You can't be. You can't. You're lying. Okay. Get up. No.
よかった。純子さんに頼まれたんだ。何があってもお前を守れってな。
お姉ちゃんが？
ずいぶん前の話さ。さあ、行こうぜ。
Activate his trap card. No. Up he's. Wait, where did he go? I mean, it'll be real awkward if they like come out, right? Okay, I'm close, guys. Send me your location. Oh, I need to find a safe spot. I must be close to a safe spot, right? Am I gonna beat up people again? Oh, no. No. Turn around, girl. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Wait. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I need to go the other way. Okay, wait, that looks like a safe spot. Oh, hell yeah. Alright. Okay, I go sleep now. Sleep well, Barracks. Good night. Please take care of yourself. I'll see you. Am I streaming tomorrow, guys? Also, I have Nightlight, so let me turn that off. Am I streaming tomorrow? Am I streaming tomorrow? In it, bro. In it, bro. In it, bro. What did I say? I'm on tomorrow. Thursday. Oh, I'm not streaming tomorrow. Okay. Oh my god. Glitter Star!
Glitter Star 666 just raided my stream with 25 years. Everyone behave.
No! How you doing, lovely? Hi! Was that an old clip? Deploy fire. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Oh wait, I need to... Let me get this quick. Welcome in. How's your gaming? Yeah, that was an old as fuck. That was old as fuck. Your new model is very beautiful. Can we get another shout out? Maybe we'll get a new clip. New clip. I'm gonna do it. 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 Did I do it? Why? Oh my god. Oh no! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Now that is old? This is older? Oh boy! 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 This is even older, really? Oh my god! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Wait, this is old too, huh? Wait, no, wait.
Oh my god! Thanks for give this up! Jesus!
Is this
old?
my
god! Oh boy! I am speechless! Oh my god! What?
Wait, is this League of Legends, by the way?
What?
Is this League of Legends?
Oh my god!
Keeps getting older.
Oh.
Okay. Alright, next one. Dota? That's Dota. It looks like League of Legends, game that I don't play. Alright. If I do it again.
I can do it!
The Darkest Tales. Is this old?
I'm a man!
It's random, yeah, but I thought maybe it's gonna be,
Hello, sir! I'm Norwegian man! Has good haste to put a on!
Oh my god. Guys, if you want to check another gremlin that laughs so hard, you guys gotta check Glitter. You guys gotta check Glitter Star. She is so adorable. She's such a cutie. She's such a cutie patootie. How's your stream? Did you have fun? I adore Glitter. Yeah! Actually, I met Glitter through Barracks. Has been around for over 3.5 years. There is endless clip. Are you saying we're gonna keep going? Your new model is very, very, beautiful, very bouncy.
I don't know.
Cha cha cha! Oh my god, that was... Oh! Whoever did that...
now you're giving us a headbutt
that was good! I said when I had my how... What you did? Oh my god! Wait. Okay, tell me about your Halloween outfit. What was it? Cha cha cha! Yeah, wasn't that like 2 years ago? Wait, is it 3 years ago now? Time bloody flies, doesn't it? I was just saying, getting the newer model is like waiting through years and years of old models. Ah, I see. All right, so that means chat needs to step up. Start clipping, guys. Start clipping. Glitterstar says a lot of sussy things. Sussy, clippable things. I am playing Silent Hill F. That was a good movie. Wait, what movie are we talking about? Shamani Witch this year. Shamani. I'm not sure what Shamani is. Let me look it up. I never seen in my life. Oh, glitter. Oh, glitter. Was it shaman? Hold it. Shamami. Wait, did I spell it wrong? That's Shamani. What is it? What? Shamanic? Person who blends the core elements of witchcraft with techniques and shaman. Yes, shamani is how they say shaman. Hey! Sammy shaman. Oh, I get it. Dang. Okay, well, do you have do you have nice assets? Only asking for a friend. True? What do you say? I have nice asset always. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Also, new guys, I'm Inu. I play a lot of games. I'm very chill. Yes. Chaotic. Glitterstar, we need to play a game together. We need to play a game together because chaos plus chaos. What will happen? What will happen? I need to find out. We need to find out. Burning. Hell yeah. We're gonna burn places. We're gonna kill. We're gonna sacrifice. I'm an academic after all. Yes, you are. I'm your teacher. You can call me Professor New. Oh. You wish you were my teacher? No. Guys, I think... I think he has a crush on her. This student has become famous. Wait, shoo! Wait, no, please don't leave me. I'm a delicate flower. I need help. Partner? Escape? No, don't say escape. Unknown area? Oh. Oh, crikey. In a serious note, oh, there's so much text, but I feel like it's important to read this. The feel that's all misty is really scary. I keep thinking someone's there, but it's always just a scarecrow with a creepy face. But there's one scarecrow that's not actually scary. The only reason it makes a scary face is because it's got a thorn stuck into it and it hurts. So all you have to do is take the thorn out and it'll tell you which way to go. Oh, really? Okay. But don't get too close to the really scary scarecrow. Someone said they're a monster who's only pretending to be a squirrel that likes eating little kids. Little kids? Wait, yeah, like the clown? Okay. Alright, so I'm guessing. Alright. How the fuck? Can you even imagine how I feel? I'll put on my polite smile for now. So, is this a weapon? Hold up a minute. A sickle. Okay. Okay. Dude, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like it. Scarecrow is just Pennywise in disguise chilling. 1960s Japan. I mean, what could go wrong? I mean, this one looks more... No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. Okay, this is fake. He's smiling. Wait. No, 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 no! No! Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Are you dead? Please stay down. Okay. Oh, wait. She's not dead. Oh my god. I'm such an idiot. Dead? Can weapon? Oh fucking hell. This is not good. Alright, once that I'm smiling. Alright, Ninu, don't be stupid. This one looks sad, but where's... Okay. This must be real. Are you kidding? What? I'm sorry. How? Oh, they all look the fucking same now. What? I don't get it. Are you dead? Okay, fine. Alright. They come back. They come back. Okay. Well, well, well. This one's smiling. Nope. I ain't. Wait, is it my own feet? Wait, is this the same? Oh my god, it's the same. Fight me. Ah! I was joking! I was joking! I was joking! I swear I was joking! Please stop it! Please. I was just joking. How am I supposed to... Okay, well, I mean, he has two faces. I don't know. I don't trust it. Oh, guys, I don't think I'm gonna get this one. Oh, can I get a blade though? Okay, she looks sad, right? She looks sad. Could she be real? She's not real! Any of them real? Any of them real? What? Okay. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
これが壊れたら
If I don't... Fucking hell. Okay, look, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. They all look scary. Did we fight this guy? You know what? Let's just do it. No, let's not do it! Oh my god, this is bad. This is bad. I regret. It broke? Okay. Fuck this side. Let's go this side. Can I get a toolkit, please? Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Shit. Alright, okay. Where? Okay, wait, hold on. What's here? I feel like death is here. Okay. Oh! Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Oh! Red pill. Okay. Bro, you can't. Are you kidding me? Are there more? I've literally touched all of them. Guys, what? Okay. I touched them all. It's definitely not this one. What about this one? Did I touch this one? She's smiling too much. Am I supposed to go for ones that's smiling too much? Wait. Oh no. Wait, this one might be it. This one might be it, guys. This one might be it. Please. It's not! Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? Are you... He has broken. It needs time. It needs time. If it's using points, it just takes time. Okay, sad faces, right? Come on. Okay. I feel like I'm being scammed here. I feel like they're all the same. Okay, stupid. Why? This is what I get for not reading. If only you paid attention and read. Dude. Can you even imagine how I feel? I put on my polite smile for now. Is that the fucking... Is... What? Is this? Oh my god. Is this what I'm... Oh, there we go.
Nightmare 103 asked me, are you going to make it through this part of the game? Also, do thick thighs save lives?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a tiny godlin,
Oh
so
my god.
getting through this part of the game is a bit like me trying to escape a Silent Hill nightmare with no hands. As for thick thighs saving lives, oh darling, they surely have their perks, like blocking out horrors and keeping you snug. So let the chaos ensue, and let's hope
Keeping you
those thighs
snug.
are as mighty as they are thick.
You
Wee.
You need a vibe. Thighs keeping you snug. You need a thighs keeping you snug. Thighs keeping you snug. Oh, darling. You got an owie on there. Yeah. Feet though. Jingle bell Santa smells. Jingle all the way. I will cry. No crying allowed. So this shit. Oh wait, it's G. What? I'll put on a polite smile. Polite smile. One with polite smile. Is this polite? No, this is not polite. Nope. Definitely not. Nope. Definitely not. Definitely not. Dude, what? I've... But no run, hi. Hello. Also, what the fuck? Did I not go to all of them? Sad. Not snoring. Okay, let's go for this one. Whoa! Wait, it's okay. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Please. Okay. Can you give me your weapon though? I need a weapon. Weapon, please. Weapon. Weapon. Okay. She was pointing this way, so I'm gonna keep going this way. Hello? Okay. Let's read this. Can you even imagine how I feel? What it's like to have been deceived by you for so long? What sort of face would somebody being deceived look like? Oh yes, I am very special. Just sad, huh? They look sad. This one looks happy. Too happy for my liking. This is sad too. Oh! Chocolate? Really? Give me your face. Definitely not. Bro, wait, which one is it? Sad face, wait guys. Give me what, like, what's a disappointing face? Been deceived for so long. How would he look like? What's your face gonna be like? Ooh, son, I am disappointed. Okay, hold up. Let me see. Son, I am disappointed. Oh. Oh. You guys want to see how it looks like? Yeah, or yeah, let me show you then. If it will let me. Hold on. Yeah, Discord regularly? Oh no. Wait. I haven't seen it used in Ninu Land. Does that mean you're not disappointed with it? You mean you're disappointed with it? There you go. Yeah, some image real quick. Real quick. Ansley. Right, let's see if that works. I refuse to be disappointed. Oh, that's so kind of you. Guys, this is the son. I'm disappointed. Okay. No, you're not the disappointment, you stinky poo-poo head. Nobody's a disappointment there. Because that's not allowed. Nobody's allowed to be disappointed. Nobody's allowed to be stinky poo-poo head. Alright, that sort of face. Alright. Definitely not this. Wait, hold up. Wait, disappointed. This disappointed, right? Oh my god. Stay down. Lady. Okay. Not that one. What about this one? Must be this one then. Yeah? Must be this one. Must be this one. He looks equally disappointed. Are you kidding? Wow. Guys, I might actually be like... Oh, I might really be bad at like reading. Yeah. I'm like gonna die. Are you kidding? There's another one. Okay. I might actually die. Women! Okay. I died. Bad at reading? Bruh. Wait, am I back in the first one? Can you even... Okay. Deceived by you. Wait. Deceived by you. So long. Not this face. We've clearly learned from that. How am I... Nope, she's smiling. She's too happy. This guy? He looks sad. Oh, fuck! Guess not that guy. Guys, this is why I would suck in Elden Ring, because I don't like to dodge. Okay. Alright. Not that woman, right? He's too happy. Alright, what about you? She looks disappointed. Right? Please? Oh. Yay. Can I, like, punch them? If I, like... Oh gosh, I don't have anything else. Oh. Well, she died. Well. Wait. Okay, yeah, I don't have anything. Okay. I'm fucked. Oh, wait. Look at that. Wait. How do I eat the chocolate? Nom 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 nom. Okay, it didn't help. Does she look sad? She looks sad. You know what? I'm gonna go for it. What's that to lose? Oh my god, are you kidding? Okay, can you give me a weapon, please? Thank you. Can I get a weapon? You know what? I didn't even need healing. You need healing. Weapon, please. Oh my god. Can you even imagine how I feel? He never once looked at me the way he looked at you. Not once. Oh gosh. Your head voice. That was? I didn't even know. I didn't know. I missed it. I didn't know. I missed it. Wait, okay. What sort of face does this give? Disgusted, maybe? He doesn't look disgusted. mean, just... Please. I wonder why I called you over. Yeah, wherever you are. Oh my god, I'm learning. Guys, Demi's... Oh, okay. I can't even joke about this. Wait. This one. Please, I need... Demi's gonna teach me to sing. Joking, you don't have to. Wait, am I going the right way? Oh fuck, please don't tell me. Don't tell me I fucked up. I can't. Don't zone. Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. Which way is this? This way, right? That's exactly the way I went. Now I have to. I need to play, but there's a bit difference. Oh no! Is she pointing? Wait, did it take me all the way to the beginning? Pointing, right? No. You can't! Wait. I need... What? Okay. This is fine. Dude, I can't fight her. What am I supposed to do? What am I... Okay. I'm just gonna run. Ooh, wait. Alright, let's bandage ourselves up. Alright, I have no weapon. I don't need weapon. Oh. Doll. No way. No way. This is the beginning. This is... Bruh. No. 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 Bro. Give me your weapon. Oh my god. Wait. Perhaps... I'm not supposed to go that way. What if she's pointing to... What if her butt is the real path? Oh my god, wait guys. What if it is? What if it is? Shu? Shu, is that you? Oh fuck. Hi. No, I guess not. I guess it's not the butt, guys. Good to know. Okay. Good to know. Okay. No! 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 Women! No women! No! What if I like magically stumble across the way I'm supposed to go? Because who needs logic when you can just be a Ninu and just guess the way? Oh no. No. It's not the way. It's not the way. Hi. Oh, wait, please. Oh my god, I fucking ran in circles. Okay, I'm following the path. shoobop, shoobody shoobop, shoobody shoobop, shoobody shoobop, shoobody shoobop, shoobody shoo. Oh, wait, this is the same place I've been to. Shoobop, shoobody shoobop, shoobody shoobop, shoobody shoobop. No, no, you can't. You got to be kidding me. Please. Oh no, I can't be stuck here. Come on. Oh.
ここ。さっきも通った。
Who needs logic when you can just be a needle and guess though? You got me. Oh hell yeah! I got you. Don't worry. Shoobody doo bop, 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 shoobody doo 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 bop, shoobody doo 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 bop, shoobody doo 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 doo, shoobody doo 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 doo, shoobody doo 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 doo. Look at his forehead. Shoobody doo bop, doo 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 doo. Shoobody doo 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 doo. Shoobody doo 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 doo. I just stopped getting this in my head. Ba-da-ba, 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 ba-da-ba. Doo, shoobody-doo. Uncle's loving it. You want me to? You want the needle lullaby stuck in your head instead? Shoobody-doo, ba-dee-doo, ba-dee-doo. Da-da-da-da. Wait, is he farting in... Is he farting in Oire? It's not as good as Pogo. Oh. Oh, I mean... Okay, you're right. Nothing can, like, beat Pogo. Beautiful. It's so weird hearing this at normal speed. Oh yeah, you used to fast boy. You should listen to Share a Car. Pew pew. Like, am I missing something? Am I blind as fuck? I see nothing. Oh my god! It's right fucking here. Gosh, I'm so sad. Can you even imagine how I feel? I've always been such an eyesore. Wow. That's actually mean. Like disgusted? Nope. Wait, all my she looks happy. Stop it. Nope. Is this looks like an eyesore, right? Oh my god, I'm so smart. Very narcissistic. Oh gosh. I don't want to ever be narcissistic. Please stop it. I'm almost dead. Oh, please give me a weapon. Oh my goodness gracious. Alright, also, how many of these are there? Can you even imagine how I feel? You hurt me, and you even hurt him too. Do you know how it feels to force a smile when I'm staring at that disgusted face of yours? Oh no. 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 What? How do I... Okay, what sort of face would that give? What sort of face would I give? Like a smile? Would it be a smile? Like that face? Like the Okay. Okay. I mean, it looks I mean, this also looks I mean, this does not look like Yeah, this got too happy. Oh my god, stop it! Oh my god! Honestly, I don't even know if I'm wearing my headset wrong. What am I supposed to do? It's not... Oh, face. Oh, wait! They're moving! They all move! Okay, which one looks like a disgusting face? Ah! Okay, definitely not that one. Holy fuck. You look disgusted? Okay. Oh my god! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Okay. Okay, it's definitely not that one, guys. Definitely not that one. Must be this one. Oh, definitely not that one either. Okay, definitely not this one. Okay, this one then. Oh my god! Okay. Oh fuck. Okay, definitely not that one either. Okay. Oh gosh, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. There's no escaping this. Okay. We figured out it wasn't this guy, right? Yeah. Wait. I have nothing. I got this? Demi, oh, I don't know what, this is what the F stands for. Okay, look. What if I somehow manage... What if I somehow manage... Okay. Hold up. Oh, fuck that. No. I will not. Okay, it's definitely not that one either. Oh, shit, there's something here. I'm stuck. Okay. Please, let me run, girl, run, girl. Alright, what's in here? Dried carcass. Okay, can I eat that? Okay, well. Wait, do I have this? I do. Does that help? Okay. Blood, please. Okay. Where are the others? Oh, okay. It's one of these two. I mean, one of these four. This is definitely not the one. I saw that face. It's definitely not this one either. Oh god, hiya guys. Hiya guys. Oh god, I just ran into them. This get worse, guys. It get worse than this. Okay, one of these. Oh fuck, my stamina. Oh my god. So I think guys, this is going great. I think I finally figured it out. I finally figured it out. Can you even imagine how I feel? You hurt me. Know how I feel to smile for a smile. Guys, what sort of face? You're doing great. Thank you very much. What sort of face would this give? What sort of face is that? What sort of face would that give? Give me a meme so I can look at the face. What face would it be? What face is it? What face would it be? Smug? Okay. Okay, use smug new. Let me see it. This ain't smug. I mean, it kind of looks smuggish. This not smug. This not smug. This ain't smug. Oh, this kind of looks smuggish. Okay. It is! Oh my god! Smarty pants. If? Oh. Yes? Oh.
おい、ひなこ。あれ？
Oh my god, Shu! Where the fuck did he go? I'm a delicate flower.
リンコは？
読んでみよう。
Eye contact makes me nervous. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Are you nervous? Did you wee-wee your pants? Did you wee-wee your pants? Did you wee-wee your pants yet? Did you wee-wee your pants? I didn't do that. That's what somebody that wee-weed their pants would say.
リンコ。俺だ。シュウだ。いるなら返事してくれ。
If you're here, say something. What do you mean by that?
シュウ君。来てくれたんだ。
You came for me.
ひなこも。
Wow.
無事でよかった。
怪我はないか。家族は。
私は大丈夫。でも、誰もいないの。足の悪いおばあちゃんまでいないなんて。こんなの絶対に変。誰もいないし、気味の悪い怪物がうろつき回ってるし、何が何だかわからないよ。
Guys, I'm telling you, Shu likes the main character. Shu likes her. But our main character is, I don't know, socially inept. Wait, hold up a minute. That's me. Socially inept.
サクコ、あんないい子がどうして
Not the doll again. I was gonna make that joke, Ninu. How dare you? Oh, go on. I didn't say anything. Go on, do it.
みんなは
助けを呼ぶためにも今は行動を急いだ方がいいかもしれない。
みんなを見捨てるわけじゃない。助けるためにも一度脱出する必要があるんだ。
でも 街を出るって言ってもあれじゃ無理だよ。
Don't say it.
無理って
Don't say it.
どういう意味だ。
無理です。
そっちの窓から鉄橋が見えるよ。霧が濃くなければ。
嘘だろ。
鉄橋がどうしよう。
東の鉄橋がダメなら西の県道を目指そう。
柊の家の裏山を抜けるのか。
あの山越えられるの。
わさび田への
He's
道
gonna
が
die next.
うちだけの抜け道だ。リンコ、念のため薬や絆創膏を持っていきたい。
台所に救急箱あるよ。取ってくるね。
He's gonna die.
あ、私も一緒に行こう。手伝う。
相棒が一緒なら安心だ。
Wait, she's like Ninu then. Ninu? Sneaker is her brother. You mean Shu? Shu is our friend from childhood. She's mad. She's upset. Run around. She's about to kill us. I fucking knew it. Wait. Oh my god, for a second I thought the game froze. Oh. As you bask in the sun, I think into something. Shadow. Credits roll? Oh, wait, we're gonna see Mr. Handsome again. Mr. Fox? 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 Where are you? Why does this look weird? Okay. Where are you? Mr. Fox is there. Mr. Fox is there.
いた。もう少し待っててくれてもいいのに。
Sacred door. Alright. Oh, okay. See, I have the blade here, but does the blade get poopy? Does the blade in this place get poopy? Hold up. Let me see. Open. Oh, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Hold up, can we all take a moment to remember the time Ninu was a nerd? Cause it was very recent. Bro, what do you mean? What do you mean? Hold up a minute. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Explain yourself. When I tried to not be. I tried to not be a nerd. Thank you, real time. Thank you. The only person who actually cares about me. Alright. Ninu more like nerd you. No, I'm not nerd. I wanna be cute and adorable. I jest. Actually, I think being a nerd. Mother? Oh, please don't tell me it's that guy again. say daddy. Wait, I want emblem. Okay. Okay. Ah. Alrighty. Is Fox? Okay. I don't know if I need to. You, me? I am? Oh my god. I must away. I must drive places. Bye everyone. See you later, Demi. You have fun. Make sure you drive safely, okay? Or else, if you're a nerd, then prove it. Say something a nerd would never say. Fine. I'm not a nerd. I totally don't play. I don't play solitaire for fun. Bruh. Wait. Where? In this room. Nerds are cute. Since Nito is cute, Nito must be a nerd. Wow. Tesla, did you see? Oh, I'm gonna get yoinky spoinky. Give me a weapon. Oh, I do have a weapon. I forgot. Oh, foxes. Am I supposed to like remember any of these? Am I supposed to remember any of these? Am I supposed to remember any of these? Oh! Do you have a key to these nuts? Nothing. Wow. Oh, well. Look what I found here. Oh yeah, have you seen the Love and Deep Space of the nerd guy? You think I can save? I can. Alright, let's see. Meow. 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 Does the if I go to praise, would this stay the same? Oh, don't, they increased. Oh my god. That's actually not fair. That's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. Alright. Punch. Hello?
Nani?
Looks like a place where they put knife. Knife is life. Knife is life there. Because 7 was a registered 6. 6. What? What? That went over my head. Went over my head. Oh. Ancient note. There are valuable relics hidden away in the old storage room. They must be kept under lock and key. The last girl slept in while I wasn't looking. It took a long time to find her. Oh no, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, woman? I think I'm gonna get beaten up, right? I don't want to get beaten up, guys. Wait. I'm not getting beaten up? Wait. I think I'm missing something. Oh, candles. Candle? Is it a candle, do you think? Am I missing a candle? Oh, okay. Well. Guys, after I finish this game, I was thinking maybe I play Chronos. It's like Dead Space. It's like Dead Space. You guys want me to play that? Would you want me to play that? Oh, it's only 30. For some reason I thought it was like 100 or something. Oh my god. Beep bada bada boop. Beep bada bada boop. Boop beep bada boop. Beep bada bada boop. I think she went that way. Or, wait. Actually, she might have gone this way. Oh, I guess not. No. Okay. Guess not. Wait. Oh. So this way? Opposite way. Wait, what? Oh, object. Alright, let me go here. I wish I could, like, ping things. I will destroy you. I'm just saying. You've been warned. Is that a picture of a rat? Oh! Oh! A warning. Hinako is mine. Wait. Her fingers, her lips, every last drop of blood that can be squeezed from her is mine. I forbid anyone from laying so much as a finger on her. I shall say it until my throat is raw. Hinako is mine. Wait, who? Who said this? Who said it? Who did it? Who did it? Don't believe the fox's words. Stay away from the western room. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm head to the western room. See the Ooh, look, there's a fox mask here. The thing is though, that I don't think never eat shredded wheat. Oh, this room? Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. That was closed before. I'm being lured. Oh my god, wait. I am like the prey. That's what I am. A prey. Prey. Okay. Don't do it. Oh, Inari sculpture. Sculpture in the image of the god Inari. Looks like it might fit somewhere. Guys, do you think this is Nova? Do you think it's Nova? Is it Nova? Do you think it could be Nova? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why is she headless? Don't trust him. And you know what? He was the person that only showed us kindness. So, why are you saying that we shouldn't? Oh, we should go back here. But I think we're gonna end up finding poopy butthole. Okay. No. Oh. Poopy, Mr. Butthole. Where are you? Be free. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Come on, jump scare. Where? When? Now? It's light. It's here. It's too bright to my liking. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong place. Well, you know what? It's okay. Oh. It's okay. It's okay. Wait, this would be a good time for me to go toiletto, right? Alright, let me quickly go toiletto, okay? You guys can watch some Ninu clips. Yeah. There you go. Alright, BRB. Oh shit! No fucking way! Oh shit! Fuck! Oh gosh! I'm so sorry!
Wow, dude!
Uh-oh. Oh shit, oh god. Where's the fun of Link Bear? 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 I interrupted it myself. Where's the fun of Link Bear? Where's the fun of Link Bear? Where's the fun of Link Bear? Not good.
Look at this. It's Felix. Felix, right? Felix. Ari. Isn't it Felix? Is it?
Did you miss me? Guess who's here? Guess who's back? Me who's back. Alright, so, it's me. Okay, so we were heading there. So... Am I getting my ass whooped? Am I getting my ass whooped? I'm getting my ass whooped, right? I know it! Don't lie to me! Wait, what? Wait, what? I was in a... Wait, what? Are you saying I was in the right room? A rubber room. Oh my god. Right this way. Wait, hold up a minute. It is! Oh my god, this is so confusing. Am I getting my ass whooped? No? Okay. I hear them. Secret tunnel! Oh my goodness gracious, guys! Our Lord and Savior has returned. Yes, I did a wee-wee, guys. Oh no, oh no. Mommy? Oh, I got her. I got her. Oh my god, Naginata. An exquisitely crafted ornamental pole arm that is extremely sturdy and is able to be used as a weapon. Wait. It's an wait. Ornament means like it's just like you just look at it, right? Oh, woman not dead. Okay. Are you fucking with me?
これ大事なものだと思うけど。すいません。お借りします。
Okay. Oh, Karin. Oh. Tattered paper. Did you manage to do it in the toilet? Yes, I've managed to wee-wee in the toilet. Like a normal person. The inscription on the poem reads, Omi no kami, Omi no kami, munemasa, also known as Inadama. Inadama is another word for Inazuma, meaning lightning. This likely refers to the unique pattern of the blaze. So, wait. It's here on the poem reads Omi no kami, Omi no kami, munemasa. So lightning. So my weapon does lightning damage, or I can use lightning to do damage. Is that what it means? There's nothing here, is there? Kami-sama. Da da da. Da da da. Oh, look! This looks like a battleground. Battleground. Lightning. I'm gonna be fighting.
And your MGMT00 asked me can you help us understand the connection between a sentential logic statement and its contrapositive? Also, why the individual converse and inverse statements are not logically equivalent to the original. Use the proposition, if a person is Ninu VT, then they're cute. With P implies Q, consisting of P Sakar, person is Ninu, and Q Sakra, person is cute. Oh, so you want a logic lesson in the middle of this creepy flower nightmare stream? Fine, whatever. Here we go. In sentential logic, if a person is Ninu VT, then they are cute. P implies Q, has a contrapositive that's like logically equivalent. If a person is not cute, then they are not Ninu VT. Not Q implies not P. This flips and negates the original statement. The converse, if a person is cute, then they are Ninu VT. Q implies P, and the inverse, if a person is not Ninu VT, then they are not cute. say.
What? Can you explain the last part? Can you what was the last part? What did it mean? What did you mean? Poor Regina. Oh, guys, I think this is bush fight. This is bush fight. Is this actually our verses? Yeah, it was just the converse and inverse, which are not the same as the original. There should be a book. There should be a Ninu book. There's a sacred door.
やっと着いた。
He is the same as one before, huh? No, and then this one needs a...
ダメだ。開かない。
Needs a ball.
サクコ?
Isn't she dead? Converse is flipped. Inverse is negated. What's the difference? Well, I mean, you literally said it to me. So like use a mirror to explain it. So inverse, I mean, converse is like when you use a mirror and it's like flipped. If he think, yep, okay. I'm getting somewhere. And inverse is like just minus. Makes sense. Oh my god, I hate this. Let's go this way. It's like taking the negative doesn't exactly. Yeah, I feel smart. Hell yeah, baby. Don't tell me you're not smart again. Look, Angie. I just struggle, okay? I just struggle with it. Before I go in there, can I check these. Divine Order. Alright, let's go in. Hello, ladies. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls. Are you saying I can't interact with any of these? What? Hawk Tua? Greatly decreased focus charge. Okay, cool. That's pretty puggy wuggies, I'll say. Puggy wuggies. Oh. Wait. Okay. This is the way of a warrior. Wow. Okay. I would love to keep this weapon. But I doubt I'll get to keep it in when I get to the normal world. Right in that Nifkin. You played the Sonic games, right? I think this is more of an archive than a library. Housemaid note, February 15th. There can be no two ways about it. The family is indeed cursed, and I am the only one who knows the full story. I must tell the master all I know, for if I do not, the curse will certainly befall me as well. May the gods have mercy on me. Oh no. Wait, what? You've done Resident Evil, but you haven't done Silent Hill? Oh my god. You should do it. You should do it. I mean, you can ignore Silent Hill 1. I mean, the one I played was Shattered Memories. I mean, Shattered Memories is not that bad, actually. You get to be analyzed, psychoanalyzed. So that part is fun. Yeah, you should totally do a Silent Hill stream. It's good, it's fun. All the secret medicine succumb to us, spirit and flesh. Okay. Alright. Family physician log. February the 1st. Symptoms at onset are as followed: headache, fever, vertigo, chills, vomiting, and diarrhea. At first, I believe signs pointed to a seasonal cold. However, after prescribing medicine, symptoms did not improve. In fact, they worsened. Oh no. I'm the worst for spoopy. Are you scared? Because I'm like, okay, there, bud. Someone, what's all this? What? Well, okay, people will watch you scream. People will watch you scream. I would watch you scream. I think there's something about it. The crimson spring gushes from the womb, deep within. This is my... Wait, what? That's what I'm saying. That's why you should, sir. I wonder, there must be more info. Oh, wait, look at that. Sakuko. She's dead, right? Sakuko is very in touch with her spiritual side. She seems to always have some god or apparition. Nope, she's schizophrenic. According to Sakuko, there has been quite the supernatural disturbance around Ibisugaka. So something, okay. something about a nation god who's furious about having their followers stolen from them, and now they're out for revenge or whatnot. Oh my god. It's like in runs, but I don't get scared. Oh. But, fair enough. Okay, what about, like, Dead Space? Oh, wait, what about Mass Effect? Maybe you should do, like, games where there's, like, multiple ending stories. Multiple ending. I have the whole thing. You have the whole thing? Mass Effect, yeah, it's good, right? It's good. Have you played Prey? Let's look at Shu. Shu's had a vast knowledge of plants and flowers, so his nickname came to be Professor Horticulture. He has so many aspirations for his future. He wants to be a gardener, herbalist, Matsutake farmer, and a member of the Space Army. Shu comes from a long line of pharmacists, with his grandmother still working as one. Following the war, a town doctor was finally able to open an actual practice. Before that, the Iwais were said to have been stand-in doctors. As Shu was a grandma's boy, he spent a lot of time learning about various types of plants, flowers, and medicinal herbs. Seemed to have sparked his interest in medicine, which eventually led to him learning first aid. It seems that he was interested in learning first aid because of his family lineage as a pharmacist and to fulfill his duty of being a member of the Space Army. There's no Space Army, I'm sorry to tell you that. Oh my god, Lord Tarius, hi! To be fair, there were like 3 flavors of ending for Mass Effect. Hence why someone sent the company 3-colored cupcake. Really? That's actually cool. And the portal, portals, yes. And walking on walls and stuff. I remember, like, the only time, well, when I finished Mass Effect, the ending that I got was basically me killing the child. I just killed the child. I committed genocide. And like I didn't know that it would be that it's like a secret option. But it is. I feel like I'm going backwards, guys, and I'm not sure. Am I going backwards? Rituals held. The Igarashi clan. Okay, I guess I'm not going the wrong way. Real time. Thank you. You've been patting me. Thank you so much for patting me. Not enough. Honorable blood. Fill it up. Make it full. Otherwise what? Family population conditions are declining. Oh, February 8th. Okay, it's new. The reason they didn't do as well as they should have is that they had no idea how they should end it and ran out of time. Knew one of the devs at the company. Oh, but they worked on a different game, not Mass Effect. Oh, dang it. On that note, how was it Mafia Old Country 5? How did that go? Because I was actually excited to play that. I didn't play the third one yet. I heard the third one is fun, but like not as good as like the first two. This is somewhere in there. Yeah. Was it Mass Effect Andromeda? The disappointing one. I hope there's lots of driving. What? Am I gonna play GTA? I think I need to play GTA. I think playing GTA would be a horror game. Does that constitute as a horror game? Limited breathing, cognitive impairment, quadriplegia, involuntary movement. In addition to these, an strange symptom has arisen. The patient's facial features appears to be deformed. The patient's face remains stuck in expression of constant strain. The teeth bared, their eyes narrowed into a menacing glare. Oh no. Mass Effect 1 Mako. Oh. You know what happened to me, right? There is a clip of it where I just like fell off the map. Wasn't my fault. Wasn't my fault. Wasn't my fault. Anything else? I'm waiting to get like yoinky sploinky. Come on. Come on. Okay. Over here. Okay. Oh my god, you like Jade Empire? Oh, dude. Oh my god. I love Jade Empire. I've only played it on console, and I tried to play it on PC, but it kept breaking. I should probably check it out, like if there's a fix to it. But I've seen Jade Empire. I thought it was a good game. Yeah, I had fun playing Jade Empire. I didn't even get to finish it. It's just a shame, but like, I really enjoyed it. It's like, you know, after I finished like playing Assassin's Creed games, it's like it was BioWare best. Oh really? Wait, don't they have other good games? They do have other good games. All right, come fight me. Oi, oi, oi. This is big room. Let's fight. Okay, it's the next area. Okay. What? Nice and cozy. Runox! See you later. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Daddy, why did you eat my fries? It was mine. And you ate my fries. Oh, research nurse on Enmi Jugoroku. The wish to have one romantic desire fulfilled is as old as humanity itself. Consequently, there have existed many arts by which people attempt to make such dreams come true. One such method was to employ a sorcerer known as Jugoshi to perform an incantation written in the Enmi Jugoroku. After such spell was suspected causing chaos and turmoil in the imperial court, their practice was expressly forbidden under the Yoro Code in the first year of Tenpyo Hoji era. Oh, I'm not familiar with that era. However, these incantations were later adopted into the practice of Onmyodo, where their fate continues to be studied. Onmyodo. According to multiple sources, powerful romantic spells that have been successfully cast are often accompanied by the scent of sandalwood. I thought Mass Effect 2 and 3, aside from the very end and spreads at the start, were very good. Yeah, I enjoyed Mass Effect. I haven't played Andromeda, but then again, it's like it's not the like it doesn't follow up, right? It doesn't follow up from it. And wait, am I going the wrong way? No, this is the way. Red capsule. Yeah, 2 was weird, but once it's get on, it was fun. Yeah, I had fun. Had fun with it. It's like okay. What the fuck? Oh fuck! No! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please, I'm so sorry. Oh, golly gosh. Okay. Well. Well, let's hope that we don't get jumped. Oh, we don't get jumped. Ain't no way, we could have went this way. Okay. I'm sure we could ignore that. Oh yeah, it's like you know, Star Trek. Like I would like to get like absolved. Okay. Jeez, son. Absolved into that story. Want to know like more? Tell me more. Hirako, hayaku. Are you? Wait a minute, what? Just keep going the way. Oh my god! Scared me. Alright, darling. Alright, darling. Are you kidding? Really? Oh gosh. Alright, let's number 7. Wait. Oh wait. Here we go. Okay. In there. Oh my god. Oh! I don't have stamina! Are you kidding me? Please, no. Please. Where am I starting? Where am I starting off? Oh. Right here? Okay. Well, I suppose this is a good place to end it, guys. It's a good place to end it. It's a good place to end it. Let's go raid. Yes? Let's go raid. Yes? We're gonna go raid? Yes? 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 Yes, queen. Ugh. I think Ugg needs his lullaby. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I will shade on your face. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. Because I'm gonna shade on your face. You will sleep very tightly and tuck in your bed. And I'll shade very quietly, and you will be asleep. I hope that helps you go to sleep. Thank you for letting me. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being so nice and kind to me. I really appreciate it. I know how you guys are always so kind to me. Thank you. Thank you, boys. Thank you, boys. Alright, let's raid. Bum 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 bum. Bible hours. Do you guys want some? Do you want some ASMR? Do you guys want some story game? Shaved koala! Oh my god, how are you doing, lovely? I hope you've been taking care of yourself. It's been a while. Oh my god, wait. We're gonna raid Staffy. Oh my god, she's streaming, guys. She's playing Minecraft. So let's go send. Oh my god. We're gonna send some love. Oops. We're gonna raid Staffy. I love her. She's doing her bestest, guys. So send her some love. Tell her how awesome she is, okay? And I will see you guys probably on Friday. Tomorrow, maybe I will do some editing. Or maybe, guys, maybe we'll go watch a horror movie. If you have any good suggestions, let me know. Right? Yes? Staffy! Wee! Alright, love you guys. Please take care of yourselves. Thank you for being so awesome, and I hope you guys are ready for some spooky shit. Alright. Adios. Bye-bye. Ba, 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 ba.